Well, at least we got a show lined up.
Got a great show lined up. I tested the phones. I don't know what I'm supposed to hit. You know what? That's the one thing I don't know where I'm supposed to hit.
Well, we only have one interview on the phone.
No. The app. I'm just worried about the app.
We could text Trent. I don't know if we're crazy to be doing a show today.
I mean, yes and no, but I mean, my goodness, I think it'll fly by again.
I do too.
This is where I wish we were only doing 3 hours.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, we would definitely best of the bonus hour today. Well, look at you guys. Adam, baby Jules.
Look at that.
Top of the morning to you. And baby Jules, a little bit to my surprise, the 14-person Thanksgiving went exceedingly well. Our potatoes had potatoes, I'll tell you that. Steve, ambient? Look at this. Well, you know what? Thank you for listening. Napo.
Here.
Yes, our Thanksgiving went better than the Lions coaching yesterday. Down 9 with a third of a game left. How about if we just punt? Huh? What's wrong with a punt?
Don't know, David.
What's wrong with kicking extra points? What's wrong with it? Unbelievable. 7th straight Thanksgiving defeat for the Lions.
They suck.
Well, I'll say this. They are turning the ball over like they think they're good and that they can just do whatever they want. They're behaving like that really good college team who's just better than everybody they play, and it doesn't really matter what we do. Oof. Yes, ambient. There's no doubt yesterday. Jordan Love looked like
he looked great yesterday. That's the hard part. My mother-in-law, oh, look at how good he is. And I finally turned. I'm like, Nancy, he sucks. Well, this guy sucked his whole career. When he looks like the second coming today.
I will say, ambient, it didn't hurt that the whole first half the Lions weren't within 15 feet of him.
How did that line block Detroit so well?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, give it up to that line.
Totally.
Those Detroit pass rushers were nowhere near him.
No, he was doing a 7-on-7 scrimmage.
All right, we're a minute away. I'm switching this over.
Okay, that's it.
Your microphone's.
Well, I'm sorry about that, SEC me. Sorry about that, J. Paul. Yeah. No, there's a lot of Lions fans who went, oh, for goodness sakes. Really? Don't tell me they're going to turn into the same old Lions. Did you like that Barry Sanders documentary, Adam? Bye Bye Barry? Look at Guillermo. Valencia. What's it, 11 a.m. there? Nope.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Happy day after Thanksgiving. Hope you had a nice holiday with friends and family. Let's do this, shall we? Because you know what this is. This is a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday, Black Friday. Thanks for being
Fins
with
up
us.
Friday.
Yeah. Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Top of the morning to you, Mark. You were cooking yesterday, right? How'd it go?
It was the timing wasn't great. The food turned out fantastically. My meat thermometer didn't work right, so it said the meat was done. We had to put it back in. I was very frustrated. I was without alcohol because I had to pick my son up at 7:45. I wanted a drink. It was rough. A lot of stress. Everything turned out fine, but it was a lot more stress than I needed.
So on a day in which you really needed a drink, you couldn't have a drink.
Bingo.
Gotcha.
How about you? The huge amount of people that you were having, and I'm guessing because I've not been to your new home, but knowing the basic size of it, that condos aren't really big enough for 14, and you had 14 in a condo. That seems like a lot to me.
Well, it seemed like a lot to me too. Our condo is rectangular. Like when you walk in it, you have a long walk, but it's rectangular as opposed to square. You know, you can venture off to the left a couple times on the rectangle. You have a bedroom and a bath and a laundry room all to your left. You go all the way down at the end of the rectangle. There is the master bedroom.
You can't really stuff a lot of guests in bedrooms and bathrooms, though, when you're having a Thanksgiving party.
No, you cannot.
It basically is the living room and the kitchen and the dining room.
Correct. Fortunately, I knocked down some walls in the last 2 months. So we opened this sucker up. So we had a nice big round table for 6, wooden chairs with padded seats, and that looked very nice. By the way, son-in-law, an hour into Thanksgiving, broke one of the chairs. A wooden chair. What the heck? He said, "Oh no, it goes back together again." I go, "Really? A wooden chair goes back together?" But I will say I don't know, we put the skinniest people we could on the chair and it held up. My fear is I don't know which one of the 6 chairs it is, though. I'm going to sit on it one day and I'm going to bite the dust.
There's no doubt there. There's absolutely no doubt.
But amazingly, considering, we were responsible for the bird. Now, I mean, we picked up the ham. Can't screw up the ham. That's just you take the wrapper off and here it is, voila. So the wife did a really good job with the bird. Okay. Daughter and son-in-law were responsible for most of the sides. In-laws provided a side. Brother-in-law and girlfriend provided the desserts. Ho, 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 ho. Went to a gourmet bakery in the Tampa area. Show up with the 4 pies and the cookies the size of manhole covers. I mean, Mark, we looked like, we were doing this. And amazingly, it all worked out.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. We've got dessert for the next month.
Yes.
We had 2 pies and 2 cakes. There were 8 people there. 2 pies, 2 cakes, homemade ice cream, homemade whipped cream. We are really good until December 15th on desserts.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. I believe after this weekend, it's just the 2 of you and your daughter.
Oh, I know.
Aren't you on a supposed shape-up of some kind?
I am. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all of these desserts because I barely could get to them last night. Because I don't know how about you, but I know about you. I don't play this game that people play at Thanksgiving with, "Oh, I'm just gonna have a little bit of everything so I have room for pie." No, I'm gonna pile as much food on my plate, and then I'm gonna have some more of the things that I like.
Thank you.
Then I'm gonna take a break, and then I'm gonna overeat some dessert, and I'm gonna be in a food coma for about 2 hours.
So let's see. It's my son-in-law's brother. He was the 14th. He's the Army guy. He wasn't going to be able to get away. He got away. So he was there. He fell asleep. We have a couch with the 2 ends can become recliners, and we have a love seat where both sections can become recliners. So there are 4 potential chairs, if you will, to fall asleep in our living room. He fell asleep in 3 of them.
That's outstanding.
Yes. He fell asleep before the meal. All right. Honestly, I'm like, now here we go. We're on to something here. Look at you. And then fell asleep twice after the meal. Okay. One on the couch, one on the love seat. Yeah. And actually turned over onto his side on the love seat. I mean that's how into he's like, no, I'm going to sleep. Don't care.
Good for him.
Yes.
Don't care who's watching.
Nope.
Roll film if you want. I don't care.
He's like, I'm defending this great nation of ours. You're thankful for me. Going to bed. Yeah. So let's see if we break that down by dessert. Okay, that means everyone at your house had half a pie that was theirs. Then there was ice cream, or half a cake,
right?
And then there was ice cream. Wow, that's outstanding. What kind of pie?
Pecan pie, apple pie, carrot cake, pumpkin cake.
All right. So a very sophisticated conversation broke out at our Thanksgiving dinner table. Is it pecan or pecan?
Pecan.
Well,
it's
apparently,
not pecan.
Well, I'm just saying it was a very, very intense conversation. We listen. We could have gotten into Israel and Palestine. Instead, we went pecan and pecan.
Well, that is the one thing at my house. My mother is almost to the left as much as your wife.
Okay.
My mother-in-law is a little to the right of Attila the Hun.
Right.
And as my wife and I are doing dishes, and my wife's cousin and the 2 mothers are still in the dining room talking as my wife and I are doing dishes, and every once in a while you would hear something where they would say, well, about this generation or something, and I just, at that point, my wife would go, Mom, can you come here for a sec?
Although, listen, it's safer if they just diss the generations as opposed to if they get into specific topics.
Exactly. Just take it out on my son's generation. No problem. He's not here yet.
So the big, obviously, issue on my side was there's no parking. There's no parking. And I'm, part of a condo, development, HOA. And so you cannot park in someone else's spot. I believe it's automatic expulsion from the condo living. I believe you're automatically gone. So I'm out there. Here's the funny thing, Mark. I kid you not. So we have these garbage chutes, that are in like the middle.
Yeah.
It's 24 condos in a building, 8 per floor. The chute's in the middle of all 3 floors. And in the chute are shopping carts that have been stolen from Publix or Winn-Dixie. All right, which of course I'm a big fan of. I'm like, all right, somebody there you go. You're bringing home a shopping cart. Way to go. So that, when you bring your groceries and you park them, you get your cart, you bring it down, you carry it up. It's a lot easier that way. Well, we had so much food that was being brought to us. I had to bring the shopping cart out to the cars, but the cars couldn't park near the condo. They had to park out by the pool and the tennis and the pickleball courts, which are a couple 100 yards.
So you got your steps in, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So I'm out there with a shopping cart, also directing traffic, going, no. You got to park here. No, park here, please. Whatever you do, don't go any further. We'll get kicked out. And then I'm bringing the food in with a shopping cart. So we were an interesting looking. I think the other nearly 2 dozen, they were kind of looking at us going, all right, are they going to stay? You think there's any chance they move? No, actually, no.
Never, ever.
No, this is it.
The last stop, as a matter of fact.
Yep, it's the last tour. I feel like the Stones, sponsored by AARP, which, by the way, is perfect, marketing, right? I mean, shouldn't AARP be the sponsor of the Rolling Stones tour? And they are. And when I saw the ad, I went, I'll be damned.
I figure if they don't have their members in the Stones listening group yet, they're not going to get them. They might want to go a little younger.
Yeah, you got a dadgum good point. So there we have it. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. We alluded to this on Wednesday. We did. We said there are 4 football games, and to be brutally honest, don't know if any of them are going to be any good. Wasn't a single game had less than a 7-point spread. This could be a very bad day of football. Mark, what kind of day of football was it?
Lousy. One upset. That game wasn't close. Green Bay took it to Detroit right from the get-go. Detroit's now looked bad in 2 consecutive games.
Yes.
Both division opponents, both bad division opponents.
At home. Yes. Uh-huh.
The Cowboys doing what they do. Dak having a turkey leg on the sidelines, which I thought was one of the, I'm not a Dak guy. It was one of the best touchdown celebrations I've ever seen. The man finished the turkey leg on the sidelines.
I agree.
It was spectacular.
Yep. Get your popcorn ready. I mean, get your dark meat ready. Whatever.
Outstanding.
Yep. Loved it.
And it wasn't just a bite and a throwaway.
No.
He took the leg down, man.
Right. He's like, my day's done. I can eat this. I'm hungry. Should have been eaten by now. Miller and Moulton. We actually have an amazing show lined up for Black Friday. Jeff Cameron to talk Florida and Florida State. Roy Cummings to talk the Bucs. Pat Kirwan. JP Shadrick to preview the game.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. That was me. I forgot I have to manually start the brakes. I thought they fired automatically.
Mac, we did a really nice segment, 8:20, I believe, Wednesday, about Willie. I know he goes by Guillermo, but not to us, Hernandez. And we went through his stats. Mackey had 80 appearances in the regular season and over 140 innings. Think about that as a reliever. Hell, I think that's more innings than like all but one Rays starter last year. For the record, I like what the Cardinals have done. They've purchased innings. In a transition year, they purchased innings. Don't know how good the guys are, but you know what? First things first, we need innings.
You know what, Ambient? You're right. I did not tweet out the guest list. I did not tweet out anything because I'm doing Trent's work, and I forgot about that. Not to mention, I have no idea how I'm going to get good, bad, and ugly stories today.
Oh, I don't know if we have to worry about that.
And we're probably not going to.
The good, we did a show. The bad, we did a show.
The ugly,
we did a
show.
Did a show. What running back is the all-time leader in negative yards? I'm guessing it's Barry Sanders.
Mac, I think the thing that makes a difference in that game is that running back coming back from Ohio State.
Tell you what, though, people like the Cowboys halftime entertainment a lot more than they like the Lions halftime entertainment.
Dolly versus a rap hip-hop artist?
Yeah. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living.
All right, I'm switching this. What do we got here? A minute? Less than a minute.
Yeah, ambient, that's not bad. Although, well, it was lip sync, Johnny. I mean, come on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Jeff Cameron will join us top of the hour. Tallahassee radio stalwart as we look ahead to the Noles and the Gators, or the Gators and the Noles, depending on your point of view. Tomorrow night in the Swamp, Florida State a 6.5-point favorite. Both teams reduced to their backup quarterbacks. Boy, do we have a lot of that in the NFL. My goodness. Hey, I'm not bringing this up because, you're filling in for Trent. And by the way, he went to the game yesterday?
He sent us a text yesterday early and a change of plans, and I'm going to the game. He had never seen the Lions win on Thanksgiving. I think he felt it was a foregone conclusion. Trent will have to fly home again next year if he wants to see the Lions win on Thanksgiving.
7 in a row they've lost on Turkey Day. Even though they were 7.5-point favorites, they got whooped. The Niners went through a little 3-game stretch where they didn't look so good.
The difference was the Niners were banged up when they didn't look good.
Okay.
Detroit's not.
Well, that's why I brought it up. Is this, it's a 17-game season's a long season. It is tough to play 17 good, solid games. Oftentimes, even the best of teams. I mean, for goodness sakes, the Eagles lost to the Jets, quarterbacked by Zach Wilson, and totally gave the game away in the fourth quarter. I mean, it's the NFL. Happens. Are the Lions going through happens phase of their season, or did the Lions peak and
I'm worried that it's the latter because Jared Goff went through a stretch where he was playing like an all-pro quarterback, not throwing interceptions. The TD to interception ratio was ridiculous, and now he's turning the ball over regularly, David.
Yes, he is.
And even when he's not turning it over, there are passes that looked as if they could be intercepted.
Well, and the other guys are turning it over too. He's turning it over a lot, but the rest of the team's contributing about 1 a game on their own. Yes. They're going through a rash here. This is like 12, 13 turnovers in 4 games. I mean, it's not a good stretch here. So is it a thing? And you know what? The Lions needed this. Maybe they thought they were better than they actually are, and we're one of the best teams in the league. And maybe they need to go back to being the workman-like, hey, we're climbing the ladder team and blah blah blah.
Yeah, they need to climb into the backfield and get near a quarterback.
Well,
because 2 weeks in a row they've had a lot of trouble getting near quarterbacks.
Well, that first half yesterday. I mean, first off, let's give Jordan Love some credit. Jordan Love looked really good yesterday.
Played great.
I mean, you're a Green Bay Packers fan. You're like, ooh. Wow. Was the wait worth it? But even you have to acknowledge for most of the game, that was a 7-on-7, Joe, man. The Packers O-line. Whew.
This is the game how that kid for Green Bay years ago got the contract with Seattle by playing Detroit.
Yeah, Matt Flynn. Right.
There you go, Matt Flynn. Thank you.
Right.
Name escapes me.
6 touchdowns right in the season finale. Yeah. Got $10 million so he could back up this third-round pick named Russell Wilson.
You know what? Maybe it was a ploy yesterday by Detroit. Maybe they said, let's make Jordan Love look really good so Green Bay has to keep him and think he's their quarterback of the future so we can dominate this division. Let's just not rush the passer for the first half. Let's make it look like they can block us.
And then when we're crawling back into the game, how about if I fake a punt to my own 23 when I got 20 minutes left in the game and I'm only down 9? Dan Campbell, what are you doing, dude? Let me tell you, these coaches that chase this damn momentum, will you stop it already? Okay, it's not the end of the world to punt. Everybody's treating a punt like it's the end of the world. We're not playing in the, this ain't the Big 12 during one of those years when nobody's playing any defense. You got to win every game 55-52. It's a National Football League. It's okay to punt. It's okay to kick extra points. Everybody's just got to take a deep breath. I really do feel like we need to just work that Aaron Rodgers quote in like 3-4 times a game. In fact, Nance, I think, could use it on Romo. Don't you think? Don't you think Nance a couple times could say, Tony, I've been thinking about it, and I want you to listen to Aaron Rodgers. And you play that clip when he goes RELAX. Relax. So that's just what I'm kind of wondering, Mark. Are the Lions going through a thing? Or, you know what? They had a hell of a run. They finished last year, 8-2? Started this year 8-2. That's something. That's 16-4, baby.
Right. You still have the X there, though. That's my question to you. Is the X still next to their name? Are you thinking about removing it for the Minnesota Vikings?
No. They've still won the division. Because even with the loss yesterday, they're 2 up in the loss column. Now, I know they haven't played the Vikings yet, and they're going to play them twice, but come on. Come on. I mean, what do we think? The Vikings are going to run the table? Not going to run the table. Lions have won the division. But now, do we actually have to talk about, with Seattle losing, Minnesota 6-5, Seattle 6-5, those are the last 2 playoff teams in the NFC. Green Bay's at 5-6. You got Tampa Bay, Atlanta. You got teams out there that can get to, are they still in it?
Well, the question becomes, David, does the right 8 have a shot at the 7 seed? Or is it going to for sure take 9?
I think a lot depends on Monday night. If the Vikings take care of business at home against Chicago, isn't that 7? Doesn't that get them to 7-5? It's not going to take much more. We're convinced 9 will get it done. And if you're at 7 and it's November, there's not much left.
No, and I think at the end of the day, it'll be 9 for both but Seattle, they look like then they're banged up right now.
Yes, they are. And they got San Francisco again in 2 weeks. And and
you don't get healthy after San Francisco.
Philadelphia
gets more guys hurt, not less.
Philadelphia comes to town in mid-December for Seattle. Seattle's got a rough stretch here. Yeah. That loss to the Rams, that second loss to the Rams could begin a slide here for the Seahawks.
And you wonder if the loss to the Packers is a spot for the Lions where I don't know if there'll be a slide because their opponents aren't very difficult the rest of the way. but where they're going to have to really work hard to win the division.
Miller and Moulton. Jeff Cameron from Tallahassee will look ahead to the Noles and the Gators. Florida State in trouble Saturday night? In the swamp, baby. Is it going to be like old times? Or is it going to be like old times? You know what I mean. Then we got Roy Cummings talking Tampa Bay Bucs in an hour. Pat Kirwan talking the rest of the NFL. And J.P. Shadrick, who called yesterday's Packers-Lions game on Westwood One. And guess what he's doing tomorrow? He's calling the game. Ohio State at Michigan. Plus, we'll preview the Texans-Jags game. It's all coming up. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business, we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. All right, we're 2 breaks in. I've hit almost all the buttons on time.
KW. Do you really think Oswald acted alone? Come on. And I am not a huge conspiracy theorist, but the magic bullet theory? I mean, come on. They actually sold that? Come on. Wait, did you see Coffin Boss post, Mark? Placed my first bet yesterday. Bet $2 on the Cowboys against the spread. There you go. That's dipping your toes in. Man. Not going to get burned there. They're off and running, baby. Nice brown chicken. Very nice. Well, Johnny, I don't think they allege that, but they do allege that the one bullet went through both of them.
All right. We might not have the starting five because this thing had to re-log in, and Trent's now not answering his phone.
Huh. Okay.
Come on, Trent.
I did text with Felipe the other day. He says he is loving sleeping in past 4:30 or whatever. 21 bets yesterday. Problem. Borderline. Oh, rough day, Mac. Rough day. You gonna chase it? You know, like a good gambler would.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. You know, we learned something during that break. One of our longtime Twitch followers placed his first bet yesterday.
Congratulations.
Yep. He went through the Hard Rock app there, and he went all in, man. All in. First bet, $2.
Woo-wee.
On the Cowboys. Yep, to win. He won like $1.82 or something like that. Yeah.
Good for him.
Yep. So now, I mean, you know, what do you do with that 382 that's in your account? Not 382, no, 3.82. What do you do with that?
Buy a small Cuban coffee at a gas station.
I was gonna say, I mean, do you double down on UTSA and Tulane today? No. How about little Canes BC action? Where are we doubling down? Where are we going crazy? Wow, first bet. I got all excited. $2.
That's going all out.
Apparently, he's placed another $2 bet. I don't know if it's on Pitt, the Steelers, or the Panthers. I'm assuming it's the Steelers. I wouldn't bet much more on that offense, I got to be honest.
I would just bet the under on today's Iowa-Nebraska game. It's down to 24.5.
I know.
24.5 for a total for two teams in a Power 5 college football game.
So basically, Vegas is saying, because also, isn't Nebraska favored by like 2.5 in the game? How is Nebraska favored over Iowa? Iowa's 9-2. Nebraska's 5-6. Nebraska like takes a back seat to only the Chargers in recent years for learning how to lose games. How is Nebraska favored today?
But they're telling you the final score is going to be 14-10 Nebraska.
Maybe. Is it that big a spread, or is it like
3? It's 3, so it's
right.
And 24.5. So,
well, Mark, I think 14-11's in play. Remember, a safety's always in play with Iowa.
You're darn right it is.
Always in play. I mean, they just beat Illinois 15-13 because of a safety. 25.5. Come on, you got to bet the over, don't you? Don't you? I mean, first off, Nebraska's quarterbacks turn it over like the Commanders the last 2 weeks. I mean, Iowa's got to be good for a defensive score in this game by itself. So when we start, Mark, the over-under is like 18 in this game. Don't you have to bet the over? Oh, well. Got a lot still to discuss. Time now for
the starting 5, because Trent went back to bed and the computer froze up and won't take a password because this company won't give one to me.
Pound the 8-track, will ya? Come on, get it to kick back in. The starting 5. 5 stories that
whatever.
Hey, the NFL had a triple header yesterday. 3 lousy games too. Except the Packers shocked the Lions, whooped up on them. In fact, they were up 23-6 at the half. Jordan Love with 3 touchdown passes. He looked good. Green Bay looked pretty good. By the way, give it up to the Packers. How many starters were they missing yesterday? 8. I mean, what a performance, honestly, by Green Bay on a short week on the road against a better team. The people talking about need to replace Matt LaFleur. That's all you need to know right there. Okay, they playing for Matt LaFleur. You're damn right they're playing for Matt LaFleur. Come on now, people. Take it easy.
That offensive line needs to be commended for the performance they had yesterday. They were great. Great.
Lions' 7th straight loss on Thanksgiving, Mark. Mark, what's
3rd
happened?
biggest upset in Thanksgiving history, apparently, by point spread.
Really?
Yeah. Or I guess since 1970, but I mean, that might as well be history. Colored television and all.
Right. Post-merger. Yeah. 7 straight loss on Thanksgiving. The Lions haven't won on Thanksgiving since Barack Obama was president. Hello. Dallas eventually got around to humiliating Washington. They toyed with them for like 3 quarters. And then they said, okay, enough. Dak with 4 touchdowns. Got to admit, their numbers against bad teams, incredible. But Deron Bland, speaking of incredible, his 5th pick 6 of the season, that's a new NFL record. 5th pick 6. I got to hand it to Nance. Listen, Nance may be great in golf, okay? I don't know that Nance is great play-by-play, anything else. Nance's pick 6 call for Deron Bland might be the best call of his career. He was awesome. He knew it immediately. As soon as he picked it off, he said, this could be the record. This could be history. He was awesome. If you haven't heard it, go find it. Nance's call of the pick 6 for an iconic career. I actually think it's the best call of his career. Dallas 45-10. Mark, our poll question should be, when will Ron Rivera be fired? Today, tomorrow, next week, end of the season.
They're trying to make it sound like it's the end of the season.
Yeah, I actually think it's going to be today.
I know you do.
Yep. 45-10, Mark. After losing to the Giants, Mark. They lost to Tommy DeVito.
And Vito to Tommy.
Right. Cowboys are 8-3. Commanders are 4-8. Their season's over. And the Niners are 8-3. They whooped up on Seattle in Seattle, 31-13. Seattle's only touchdown was a Brock Purdy pick six. So Seattle offensively struggling. Geno Smith this year, not looking like Geno Smith last year. This Christian McCaffrey guy's pretty good. 114 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. And Seattle falls to 6-5. They're are they the 7th seed or Minnesota? They're both 6-5. I don't know who's got the tiebreaker, but there you go. I mean, and Seattle's got some games coming up here. They got to go to San Francisco. Philly's coming to them. This ain't gonna be easy for Seattle to get the horse into the barn here and sneak back into the playoffs. Hey, we got a Black Friday game. It involves the Dolphins. Amazon Prime, that's it, 3:00. Dolphins at the Jets. See, this is where Miami just take care of business. Well, you got the next 4 games, Mark, are the Jets twice. And, I mean, they just 4 games are going to be favored in. They're a 9-point road favorite today. Just win. Just get to 8-3. The Bills are going to Philly, for goodness sake. I mean, we're getting dangerously close if you guys just take care of business of putting an X next to your name in the standings, okay? Just win, baby. Over-under's 40.5, so, what are we talking? 24, 15, 25, 16. So that's what the Vegas sees the game being. 40.5, the over-under. Tua versus Tim Boyle. I don't know. That seems to be an edge, Dolphins. But what do I know? Harold Hasselbeck, who won 2 Super Bowls with the Denver Broncos in the late 90s. He also won a Grey Cup with the Calgary Stampeders. Mark, are there 5 better nicknames than the Calgary Stampeders?
No, you're on to something there, David.
So think about that. He won
Calgary under this. They had the Saddle Dome, the Stampeders.
Yep.
Everything worked.
Which is funny that they then took Atlanta's hockey team's name and kept it.
Exactly.
It's like when Utah kept the Jazz from New Orleans. No, this doesn't seem to work. But then again, Los Angeles kept the Lakers from Minneapolis. No. Land of 10,000 lakes. What are you guys doing? You don't have any lakes. Change the name. I don't know. We kind of like it. Anyway, Harold Hasselbeck, one of the few to win Super Bowl rings and a Grey Cup. Died of cancer yesterday at the age of 56. College football. Tough beat in the Egg Bowl. The line was consistent, stayed 10.5 for 3 days. And Ole Miss, they took care of Mississippi State in Starkville, which they don't do very often, but they only did so by the score of 17-7.
Yeah, that high-flying offense, that was a very physical, ugly football game last night.
Yes, it was, Lane Kiffin. It could have used a little more something. Some of us could have. But Ole Miss went 10-2 this year. And Mark, this is the type of game next year that has real meaning, because Ole Miss would be right on the edge of, do we get an invite into the 12-team playoff? Just like Missouri at Arkansas today. Missouri trying to cap off a 10-2 season. Think about it going forward, Mark. And let's just assume Texas is in the SEC for argument's sake. So there's 3 teams, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, but A, can the SEC get a 4th team? And B, who's it going to be? Missouri or Ole Miss? Because both are ranked ahead of Oklahoma, even if we're assuming Oklahoma. So, these are the type of games next year which actually have a little more meaning. Today, by the way, Texas Tech at Texas. Obviously, the Longhorns have to keep winning. Oregon's hosting Oregon State. A berth in the AAC title games at stake when UTSA visits Tulane. The Canes are at BC. They're 9.5-point favorites. That's going back up. It was, I think, down to 8.
It was down in the 8s, and now it's moved in the last day, and a point and a half, David.
Canes, noon on ABC if you're interested. And Mark, your Spartans, would you take the 22 at home against Penn State?
No, and you may hear about this game later.
Oh, looky here. College hoops. FAU edged by Butler. A good one between Arizona and Michigan State, although Arizona pulled away late to win by 6. And Villanova in overtime beat 14th-ranked UNC. That's North Carolina, 83-81. Women's action in the Fort Myers tip-off. Told you about Princeton. The only not ranked team in the women's tournament. I told you. Princeton whooped up on nationally ranked Oklahoma. Indiana whooped up on Kelly Harper, who joined us.
Up. She'll never come on this show again.
No, she'll blame us. But Indiana beat the Lady Vols 71-57. Bethune, UCF, and South Florida all victorious in women's basketball yesterday. Mark, we had nothing in the NBA or the NHL yesterday. Now, the Heat are at the Knicks, and Orlando's hosting Boston today. The Lightning are in Carolina. Are we going to have a Vasilevsky sighting? It's getting really close, just throwing that out there. And the Panthers hosting Winnipeg after losing Wednesday night to the Bruins. And by the way, mentioning college hoops in Southwest Florida earlier, that Gulf Coast Showcase, the women's tournament, gets underway today. Caitlin Clark in Iowa, 7:30. If anybody's interested, they're playing IPFW. They're gonna win. They're probably going to play the home school, FGCU, Saturday. There's a lot of college football Saturday.
I know.
There's that Gators-Knowles thing at night.
There's a Gators-Knowles game going on.
It kind of hurts, but
it does.
Yeah. Just saying, though. That's what we got going on. At 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 stories that you need to know.
I gave Trent permission to go back to bed. Trent had to get me on the computers. This is a company that I used to work for, and I guess because of that reason, they will not give me any log-on credentials to any of the computer, of which there are 4 that we need to get this show up and on the air. So this morning, Trent had to, because it's authenticity, I put his password in. He's got to get on his phone and let me in. After we finally had everything up and running, I said, Trent, go back to bed. Well, I timed out on one of the computers for where all the starting 5 sound is.
Gotcha.
So we've lost sound for the day.
So let me get this straight. So we're the highest rated show on the station.
And it's not close.
But they won't give us a password so we can use the computers.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Right. And you want to know why both sides speak so well of each other?
Seems reasonably accurate, David.
Yeah.
Seems reasonably accurate. Jeff Cameron coming up. Roy Cummings also on the show. Pat Kirwan, JP Shadrick. It is a packed show. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples.
BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Life Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlifetransportation.com.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
DC, no, Bob and Jake, he did not sell them. In a late development, he went to the game. I know. I was surprised too. When it was, 14-0, 13-0, super quick, I texted and said something to the effect of, is it too late to sell them? Mark said, go find a cute Packers girl. Look at you. My post-feast fat-ass workout. Well, there's a lot of those today. Yeah, the camera got tilted upward on you there. Don't touch it. No, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Oh, that looks good. Wow. That actually. I know you're going to hate me more than you already do, but that shot actually looks really good. Dinner went well, really well.
And Jake, I don't know if they told you, but he didn't sell the tickets. He went to the game.
Right.
Oh, crap. I got to call the guest.
Yeah, Johnny Mac, I hope somebody took a picture. I'm so with you. He must have been embarrassing how much Lions stuff he had on yesterday. Do you think he had pants? Because he probably had 2 Lions tops, probably a shirt or a jersey underneath the jacket, had a hat. Do we think he had Lions pants on?
are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is hour number 2 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Jeff Cameron will join us coming up momentarily. All right. Mark, you know what the problem was? I sent you Jeff Cameron's number last night and didn't have my glasses on. I think the last digit's wrong. So now I just sent you the right one.
Blank.
Jeff Cameron is kind enough to join us now. Jeff, how are you?
I'm good, guys. I'm good. You're off to a flying start there, David.
Yes, we are. 93.3 FM and warchant.com. Middays, Jeff Cameron. Follow him on Twitter/X at the letter J Cameron Show. J Cameron Show. All right. So how worried are you with the backup quarterback as opposed to, I mean, come on, if you were going in there with your starter against their backup, I mean, this would be name the score. Now, this is a very different game. How worried are you?
I don't know. It's worried. I'm curious more than anything else, David. I'm Tate Rodemaker's been in the program for a long time. The young man, for those that don't know, that will be starting at quarterback for Florida State, has been here. He's been here for some time, and he's a kid that can really rip it. I mean, he can throw it. He's a better. This sounds odd to people, but he's a better passer in the drop back pass game than Jordan Travis is. But he doesn't always see it, and he holds the ball too long. But if they give him time, I do think he'll carve this secondary up. But it's the first time he's ever started a game like this.
All right, the other side of the ball, though, Florida's tackles are pretty banged up, and to me, this is where the advantage is, Jeff. If their tackles are banged up, the defensive line for Florida State's really good. They should be able to get after Florida's backup.
One would think, and this is, you're right to point that out, Mark. I think that if we look at both defenses, you see the distinct advantage for Florida State in this game. But, I thought that going into last year's game, too, to some extent. And Florida came in, I know, different personnel, and threw the ball around quite a bit in Tallahassee. So, rivalry game at night, bowl eligibility on the line. You wonder how well Florida will play. I would think they'll play desperate. We'll see if Florida State's offensive line on the other side can block Florida's defensive line. I look at these defenses and I say Florida State has a huge advantage, but I've also watched this Florida State team play a slew of bad offenses as of late. I don't know that they've been all that tested.
And the Gators offensively are in the top 50 in the country in most categories, for whatever that is worth. He's Jeff Cameron, warchant.com, and 93.3 in Tallahassee. Follow him on Twitter/X at the letter J Cameron Show. J Cameron Show. Here's my big concern for the Noles. They get off to slow starts, and sometimes they've been sluggish till mid-late third quarter even before they find their gear. This is not the game to get off to a sluggish start in at night. The Swamp, the Gators, if they're playing with the lead. You know what I'm getting at, Jeff. I mean, don't you, if you're Florida State, need to be 7-7 at the end of the first quarter?
Yeah, it's a good point. One of the reasons they get off to a slow start is they can't run the ball. I mean, we just have to say it. Florida State cannot line up and run the ball in a traditional form. And so I wonder, does Mike embrace what they've become? Because he has before, which is spread you out, get you out of the box, and throw the football to a myriad of weapons. They've got a ton of talent. And then you run the ball. But will you do that on the road at night in the Swamp? Tate Rodemaker making his first start of the year in this environment. If he does, I think Florida State's offense can thrive and they can get out to a lead or be right where they need to be in the second quarter. If they try to run the ball and protect him, I think Florida, believe it or not, will stop that. Because Florida State's offensive line is wildly inconsistent, also banged up. And I could see this game being very close and that momentum obviously on Florida's side in that situation. And that's a nightmare because the Swamp, no matter what Florida's record is a tough place to play, especially if you allow them to hang around and believe they can win.
Who's the Gator that can beat them? Is it Pearsall? I mean, is it ATN? Yeah. Who's the guy in your estimation that can beat them?
Yeah, it's Pearsall. He lit him up last year, and he's a really good player. it's fun watching that kid play. He's wildly consistent, very tough, catches the ball in traffic, great route runner, very fast. It's him, and it would be interesting to see if they learned a lesson from a year ago. But I think it's Pearsall, and I also think if you look at the two running backs, Florida could have some success running the football. I know Florida State has done a good job in the second half of games of stopping the run, but they haven't always gotten off to a good start stopping the run in the first half of games. And to David's point a moment ago, if Florida's able to run the ball and keep Florida State's offense off the field, have some success early, maybe shorten the game a little bit, obviously this could be a recipe for disaster. So there are avenues by which Florida can win this game. And that's especially true with two backups in there. You kind of just don't know how they'll respond to the pressure.
How good is this team now with their backup quarterback? Like if we were to rank them, if you know what I mean. I know they're ranked 5th, but with the backup quarterback, where are they? Like, quite frankly, if you believe Louisville's the 10th best team in the country, which I don't think most people do, all right, they haven't played Florida State, Clemson, or North Carolina this year, that you could argue that that's a bit of a, 10-1 with an asterisk next to it. But you know what I'm getting at here, Jeff, that, first off, can they just complete the unbeaten season? And secondly, are they truly worthy of the playoff?
Well, they're kind of two different questions, right? Because I think if they go undefeated, they're going to go to the playoffs. Whether they're worthy or not, it'll be up for debate. I think that season would be worthy. The games have to matter. And if at that point you're undefeated, I think they're going to get in. Now, do I think they can win? No. Do I think they're one of the 4 best teams in the country? No, I don't. Do I think they're a top 8 or 9 team? I do. Yeah, I think Florida State can be that. Florida State on their best day is a very, very, very good team, is a top 5 team. But Florida State has been somewhat inconsistent. I think some of that has been injury. Some of that has just been, some of the competition. I think they've kind of walked through and not really thought to themselves in the second half of the season that they were really threatened. I think the version of Tate Rodemaker that plays with confidence is a kid that can really play, guys. If he plays well in this game against Florida, especially because Florida's defense has struggled, and he garners confidence from that, it doesn't really matter. It's like, when you see hitters in a slump go 4 for 4 off a guy with an ERA of 9, he's not thinking the next time he steps in the box after a day like that he can't play. He's thinking he's going to get a hit. It doesn't really matter that he beat up on a bad pitcher. I think if Tate Rodemaker goes into Gainesville and throws it around the lot for 300-plus yards and 4 touchdowns, he's going to play great because he's a kid that really plays with momentum once he starts believing. And they can really throw the ball with him because he's got a big, big arm. He challenges defense every quadrant of the field. So if you get that version, Florida State's dangerous because they have Johnny Wilson, because they have Keon Coleman, because they have Jaheim Bell, because they have a Trey Benson that catches the ball in the backfield well. And at that point, it becomes a different-looking Florida State team. And they're going to need those style points. So if he plays like that, yeah, they're in, and they're somewhat dangerous. If he plays nervous, if he plays like he's not sure of himself, then Florida State will be in a slog, could lose this game.
Let's assume the first guy happens for sake of argument and that they win this game. Do they, meaning Florida State, have to go a little bit on the offensive with the media narrative to start saying, hey, we can do this with a backup. We are a top 4 team. Do they have to start advancing the narrative that they belong, if you know what I mean, Jeff?
I don't think it can hurt. I certainly would be. If you're Mike Norvell, you've seen this team play really tough. Go back to last year after the 3-game losing streak. They haven't lost since. And they have found a way to beat everybody every time in a variety of ways. So he knows his team is mentally tough. He knows they're physically gifted. They've got probably upwards of 10 to 12 guys that are going to get drafted. So they've got real talent on this team. So, yeah, I would move forward with confidence and tell people that I think we're one of the best teams if I'm Mike Norvell after a game like this. And I would also, if I had an opportunity, I don't know that he will, but if I had an opportunity, I'm running up the score on either Florida and Louisville if they're in a position to do so.
How nice is it for Florida State, for lack of a better expression, to be Florida State again?
it's fun. I don't know how the rest of college football feels, but I know how it feels to cover them. And watching a team play like this and play, this is a likable team. Florida State hasn't always had that. There have been teams that played really well and even teams that won that not everybody loved. This is a group that I think if people knew them would really like this team. They've got a bunch of good kids, a bunch of guys that work hard and have really come through a lot. I mean, this program was down in the dumps, as everybody knows, and that's to your point, David. It was a dumpster fire for years after, at the end of Jimbo's time there, on into Willie Taggart, and then Mike's first 2 years. He comes in a COVID year, and then right off the bat, they're awful, and then 5 and 7 after that. This team, a lot of these guys went through all of that to get into a position to where they are now. And so I think they appreciate it. They certainly play hard for one another, and I think they work. They really work hard. They've kind of taken on the image of their coach, and the transformation has been fun to cover.
Jeff, in 30 seconds, gut feeling tomorrow night in the Swamp. Florida State 6.5-point favorite. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I could see this being a very close game well into the fourth quarter. I don't think Florida State's going to get in there and run away and hide, but I do think Florida's defense has been awful, and I do think the point Mark made about the offensive line for Florida, if that struggles, then you could see Florida State end up pulling away late. I think I have it somewhere in the neighborhood of 31-20 Florida State.
He's Jeff Cameron. He's the authority on Florida State as far as we're concerned. Warchant.com, 93.3 FM. Follow him on Twix, Twitter/X at the letter J Cameron Show, J Cameron Show. Jeff, safe travels. All the best to you and your family. A belated happy Thanksgiving. And let's talk again.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Same to you and yours. Be good, man.
Jeff Cameron, kind enough to give us a few minutes at this hour here on Miller and Moulton. And he would have given us a little more time if I had given Mark the right phone number.
Boy, oh boy, it's hard to sit in this seat sometimes when the people doing their jobs just don't want to do them for you. It's worth checking us out on Twitch today just to see the setup. Because I'm in the control room, the computer that David and I communicates in another room, a camera crashed during the last break. I'm running back and forth, and then I'm getting a disconnected number for our first guest going, what in the heck is going on around here?
Getting comments from me like, Mark, that camera is really a very wide shot. You got to tighten that up. He's looking at me like, I'm doing 3 jobs over here, you fat blank. We got to do our picks next, right?
Sounds good to me.
And then Roy Cummings talking Tampa Bay Bucs. Pat Kirwan after that. JP Shadrick. This show is humming.
Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Massive. Oh, look at now that son of a, look at him. He's eating dessert. Go have a damn protein bar, you blankety blank. Now you're going to eat in front of me. Dessert, too, you
Apparently, after what you ate yesterday, though, come on. You can't be giving anybody a hard time. This is based on you. No? But
no,
yeah, one of those cinnamon frosted cakes.
You just have a protein bar or something.
Not till next week.
And you get to fly up day of tomorrow?
No, I'm flying late today.
Oh, but you're flying out
tomorrow night. So I'll sleep. I don't sleep in a hotel room. Well, no, I sleep in a hotel room tonight. I'll get back around midnight Saturday. Fly out around 6 o'clock Sunday. Hey, listen, people got to give Mike McCarthy credit. Dak looks a hell of a lot better under Mike McCarthy than he did under Kellen Moore. Need the sweets, no question. I bought for my daughter dark chocolate. Is it oat milk or soy milk? I don't know. Oh, God. She loves it. Whatever. Hey, she made the sides. They were good. Not tuna mac. No. Couldn't do that to Mark. Actually, I could, but we just don't have any left. That was good. That was a really good commercial break right there. Use the microwave and everything. Oven got used yesterday. It works. Stove got used. It works. That was phenomenal.
All right.
Not in the season, though, Sonny. This guy's got 5 in his career. I mean, 5 this season. which is remarkable. Deron Bland.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
All right, it's not the normal Friday show. It hasn't been a normal week with Thanksgiving being yesterday. So, we've moved a few people around. We've moved a few segments around. But Roy Cummings is coming up a little more than 15 minutes. We'll go ahead to the Bucs and the Colts. Pat Kirwan talk about the rest of the NFL, including a Black Friday affair this afternoon in Jersey. Dolphins, 9-point favorites. Can they just take care of business against the Jets? Talk to Pat Kirwan about that. And J.P. Shadrick. He called the Lions-Packers yesterday for Westwood One. He's calling this little ditty, Ohio State, Michigan, tomorrow for Westwood One. And then he's got pre and post on the Jags radio network for a key AFC South game, Jacksonville and Houston. So we got a lot to talk to him about. But we got to get to our picks.
After consecutive losing weeks for me, back-to-back 2 and 3 weeks, I have zero confidence right now.
Uh-oh, wow.
This is your week. You love this week. I like to play favorites. Favorites are not the right play rivalry week. But I'll stick to my guns and play a bunch of favorites anyhow, David.
Which is funny because I'm only playing one dog. And, well, I've got a few games that are off the proverbial reservation. I'm picking the big games this week. I figure I owe it. Stand up. Stick my chest out. Be held accountable.
How many are you making?
7. 5 and 2. So
I'll let you lead us off today. Get after it.
All right. The 2 NFL plays. I'm taking the Jags. I'm only laying 1.5 in Houston. I don't think the Texans sweep them. I think the Texans are kind of fool's gold. They easily could have lost all 3 of these games they won, honestly. I don't think they're as good as their record. CJ Stroud, a great story. Give me the Jags, lay the 1.5. Also, do you know Carolina's not only won 1 game this year, they've only won 1 game against the number? They're on the road. Tennessee only has to beat them by 4. Give me the Titans minus 3.5 against Carolina. All right. I think all these games are on Saturday. Maybe one of them's today. But, okay, UCF needs a win to be bowl eligible. They're going to get it. They're going to cover the 13 against Houston. And by the way, Holgerson's getting fired after the game because the Cougars are going to go 4-8. South Florida needs a win to be bowl eligible. Okay, they're going to win. They're going to cover the 6 against Charlotte, who's not a good team. And Alex Golish is going to be named the AAC Coach of the Year at 6-6. Don't laugh. They won 4 games the last 3 years. 1 against a group of 5 school. Forget Power 5. 1 of the 4 wins was against a group of 5 school. In 3 years, he just went 6-6 when they beat Charlotte. Okay. Arizona's the best team against the spread this year. I've been pounding the table for Arizona all year. Have I bet them every week? No.
Nope.
Idiot. I've bet them, though, 3 times. They're 3-0. Guess what? Arizona State's banged up and not good.
Not good. Thank you.
And Arizona, believe it or not, still has an outside chance, at appearing in the Pac-12 title game. They need Oregon State to beat Oregon. But anyway, Arizona's going to win. They're going to cover the 11. They're going to score like 40. Florida State's going to cover in the 4th quarter against the Gators. I think it's going to be a pretty good game. I think Florida State's just got too many dudes. The Gators' defense is terrible. Gators' defense in September is as bad as a Power 5 defense has been in the country. They're in the 100s in every major statistical category. So I'll lay the 6.5. It's not going to be easy, but I'll lay the 6.5. All right, the game. For as much as I want to see Michigan win, because I want this whole Harbaugh, we're victims, the awkward Tony Petitti moment in the Big Ten championship game with the trophy presentation and them going to the playoff for the 3rd straight year. Okay, This is the Ryan Day Redemption Tour, and it's going really well. And they can throw the ball. And Michigan couldn't cover Maryland's guys last week. How are they going to do this week? I'm going to take Ohio State. 24-20. And give me the 3.5.
Well, David, it's the half that kept me away from that game. Because it doesn't really matter who throws the ball in that game. It's who can run the ball in that game. I think it's like 27 straight times or something crazy. The team with the most rushing yards has won the Michigan-Ohio State game. So throwing, it's not the necessity in this game. Running, it is. I chickened out. If it was 3, I would have taken Michigan. The 3.5 scared me off.
Fair enough.
I think Michigan wins the game. David, you and I had 2 similar picks. I could literally rewind what you said about Jacksonville and explain the exact same reason. I was going to try to write down notes of exactly what you said and try to repeat it verbatim. But I don't think there's going to be a sweep. I think Jacksonville's this week has been a little ticked off and a little embarrassed looking at the film from the first time that they played Houston, and they will redeem themselves. I'm betting on a split, and it's only 1.5. I got a hunch that Denver's finding themselves right now.
You mean the 4-game winning streak has provided you with a hunch?
Well, that they're going to keep doing it.
Oh, okay.
That they, that they can win these close games.
Right, which they are.
And their defense has been the key component as to why they're doing it. They'll do that against Cleveland in a really tight game. Give me Denver minus the 1.5. Look, my Spartans suck. There's just no mincing words about it. They're a bad, bad football team. And they took this home game away from them. It's at Ford Field. There's going to be all kinds of Penn State people that'll make this trip. No Detroit Spartan, after yesterday's Lions loss, is going to want to go endure another ass-kicking at Ford Field. Penn State rolls. Michigan State barely scores. I see this game being 31-7. So I'll lay the 22.
Okay.
I'm with you on Arizona. I don't know why I didn't pay it. You do this every year. When you find the team and then you neglect the team. You were on Arizona in August.
I was. A surprise team of the Pac-12 this year. I called it. Yep.
And you were 100% right. Yet you've only now bet them 3 times all year long.
Right. They're the number 1 team against the spread in the country. Them and UNLV.
So I'll take Arizona and lay the 11 against Arizona State. Arizona State's not a good football team. And as David mentioned, Arizona's got an outside shot at a Pac-12 championship game. That's enough for them. And Georgia just gets style points right now. They're pounding teams. It's 24. Georgia Tech's not very good. I'm not worried about the big number. Georgia is just rolling. I think they're finding their stride. Everybody's talking about how Alabama is finding their stride. Georgia's finding their stride as well. Brock Bowers being hurt, never a good thing for a player to be hurt. But with Brock Bowers out for those games, it allowed the Dogs to find other weapons, and their offense is more complete now because of that than it was before that injury. I think they cover against Georgia Tech.
So you're not worried about them looking past Georgia Tech because they've had Missouri, Tennessee, and then obviously next week's Bama.
I am worried, but I think at this point that they've been just scoring enough. So there you have it.
All right. So I went with 6 favorites in Ohio State, and Mark went with 5 favorites. So there you go. Lee made his picks on Wednesday. For the record, he took BC in the points, the Noles, the Wolverines, the Jags, and the Dolphins. His game of the week is the Colts and the Bucs. Got to call him for that one. Miller and Moulton. Speaking of the Bucs, how about we talk to Roy Cummings next? Because he covers them. And then Pat Kirwan at the top of the hour.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're gonna have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6, and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Johnny, I think they are. I think they're 2 scores better. I'm just worried about, as Dr. Roto talks about all the time, I'm worried about game flow. If Florida State gets off to a good start, I don't think there's any stopping them. But they're a much better second half team than they are first half team this year. Michael, I grew up with live Christmas trees, but my mom didn't buy them till like December 23rd or 4th. She bought them really late.
I love live trees, but we have a very big room in which the tree goes in. I mean, the ceiling's all the way up to the second floor. It's like 20 feet high. So you've got to put a tree in there that makes the room work. So we have a 12-foot tree. I did it with a real tree the first year we were in the house. It took 3 of us to get the tree in the house, 2 of us to get the tree out of the house. And that's never happening again. So we went fake.
When did
you get lights on a 12-foot tree is not easy.
When did you get the tree, though? I think is what Michael's asking. Like,
early
December.
We'll probably put ours up Sunday. Oh, I gotta get it. Morning, Roy.
Morning. How we doing?
Good. How was Thanksgiving?
Excellent. Excellent. How about yours?
Everything was good.
Glad to hear it. Happy Black Friday, if that means anything to you.
Well, we're doing a show this year. We haven't always done a show on Black Friday. We've done it, We've gone both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like most radio hosts kind of do. It's, some do, some don't.
When we did afternoons, we didn't, for the most part, we didn't do it because the station could just run play-by-play of something.
Yeah, sure, right, yeah. And that'll be the case today. Obviously got some games going on.
Mm-hmm. Did you host or did you go somewhere?
Went to my in-laws' house in Sarasota.
Oh, okay.
So didn't really host, but did about half of the prep and all that stuff ourselves to make it easier for everybody. And you?
We had 14 over. We've never done that before. Yeah.
Wow.
All we did was the bird, though, and we purchased the ham. But everybody brought sides and dessert.
It's a great way to do it.
So, and it worked. I would have bet heavily against it working.
Against all odds.
Yes, heavily against it. All right.
What's on Mark's board there? What's that say?
I think it's a Marlin sticker.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's what it is.
Old school.
Yeah, it is.
Of course, it's an old board.
From back in the day.
I have no idea.
Keep hearing about the Cubs getting Shohei Ohtani. A lot of Cubs talk about it anyway.
Yeah, take it easy now, big fella.
Yeah, believe me, I know. Believe me, I know.
Chicago would surprise me for him.
Yeah, it was one of the teams that he was interested in, but I still think he probably stays either in L.A. or goes to the Dodgers. And I don't know if L.A. wants to do it again.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. On this Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, we hope you had a great holiday, and thanks for stopping in with us this day after the holiday, no matter what it is you're doing today, whether you're working or you're getting stuff done. Roy Cummings, we're at least putting him to work for the next 10 to 15 minutes. He covers the Tampa Bay Bucs. He joins us once again. You can follow him on Twix, Twitter/X at rcummingsfhcn, rcummingsfhcn. Roy, I hope you and yours had a terrific holiday. How are you?
Absolutely, we did, and thanks to you. And I hope everybody did as well. Absolutely, we did. Hope everybody had as good a day as I did.
Can we go off the landscape for a second? There's a lot of talk about Bill Belichick's future.
Yeah.
And there was a team mentioned in the last 24 hours that had never been mentioned before. And that team was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I looked at it. Now, granted, it came from Mike Florio, and Mike Florio's accuracy rate is not very good.
Right.
But I thought to myself, is that even plausible, if you know what I mean?
Well, it is, because it's a grandstand move, of the greatest proportion, and that is what the Glazers have always been about. Trading for John Gruden, trading for Keyshawn Johnson, signing, getting Tom Brady. It's what they do. If they don't think, and I think there's reason to believe it's not going to happen, if they don't think that a Super Bowl can be won with Todd Bowles at the helm. Look, they went after Bill Cowher once and tried to talk to him. And, makes you say, look, when you're looking for a coach, you talk to everybody. But they actually tried to get Bill Cowher out of the television studio once. And so, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, they probably, everybody has great respect for Bill Belichick. I don't think he's anywhere near the coach that he thinks he is without Tom Brady. Just as I don't think Sean Payton is as good a coach without Drew Brees. I think those quarterbacks make a big, big difference. But no, that would not surprise me. If he were somehow to part ways with the Patriots, I think the Bucs would be all over it. At least give him the offer him the opportunity, because they would at the win there is everybody's paying attention to you. And the problem with Tampa Bay is, unless you've got Tom Brady or you're winning a Super Bowl and you've got, some celebrity star caliber players, nobody's paying attention. I mean, the world's just now figuring out how good a receiver Mike Evans is. We've known it for years. The rest of the NFL didn't know about it until Tom Brady came along. So Tampa Bay's kind of forgotten, and one way to remember them is to bring in somebody like Bill Belichick. I could absolutely see it happening if Bill Belichick still wants to coach.
And Tampa would let him run the team, and that's going to be a prerequisite for wherever he goes, and that could be why he's ends up departing in New England. All right, the Colts this week. This is one of those games that you have to beat backup quarterbacks. If you're going to win the division, you have to beat backup quarterbacks. And Tampa, I'm not sure what they are right now. Are you, Roy?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure. I think we figured it out. Tampa Bay is a pretty good football team as long as they're playing, the average teams in the NFL. As long as they're playing the rest of the field, they're in pretty good shape. They can win more games than they'll lose. But you get them up there against Philadelphia, San Francisco, as we've seen, Buffalo, any team that's got the ability to truly get to the Super Bowl, Dallas, they're not going to win. So I think they're a team that can get to the playoffs, and they'll lose in the playoffs. Probably the first round, might possibly pull one out and get to the second round, but that's who they are. So can they beat Indianapolis against a backup court? Absolutely. They probably will. Probably win by a score, maybe even 10 points. I can see that, but next time they go up against a really good team, don't count on them.
Well, this is an absolute must, though, right? I mean, when you're 4-6 and you've still got Jacksonville, you've got New Orleans still on the schedule. Granted, it's at home. I mean, you got to do what the Broncos have just done, right, Roy? They got to start grinding out the way they started the season, 2-0 and 3-1. You got to grind out those close wins against your mediocre opposition. You feel pretty confident about this game. The Colts are favored, even with Minshew.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by that, because the Bucs are 4-6 and they haven't looked very good. They can't, look, again, they still have trouble running the ball. They still have trouble stopping, avoiding big plays against them defensively. So I understand it. I get it. I don't know that I would favor them either. I still think they win the game because I think they've got the better quarterback in this game. And that's the one thing that's the one outlier here is they do have the quarterback. He's very accurate. He's going to, as he did last week, he's going to go out there and he's going to be the lead blocker for an end around if he has to be. And he'll take on the best defensive end. He doesn't care. You love that about Baker Mayfield, and a lot of other things to love about Baker Mayfield as well. I see why they're underrated in this game. It doesn't surprise me, but I still think they're the better team with the better quarterback, and they should win. If they don't, that kind of puts a cap on things. As far as I'm concerned, is probably the last nail in the coffin for them. They'll still, again, the fact that they're in the division they're in, it'll still be a race until the end. But boy, oh boy, this division could produce a two-loss, a team that's, do the math for me, has two more losses than wins. Let's put it that way.
Well, when you look at this game, it is a strength on strength. They want to run the ball with Jonathan Taylor. The Bucs run defense very good. I mean, that up front is where the Bucs win this game, isn't it, Roy?
Well, normally you would think that, but again, they've been gouged a few times by running backs just going straight at them. That usually would seem to be a recipe for disaster against Tampa, but that's when all things are clicking for them. We've seen some teams actually beat them at the line, but one thing I think that has gotten better, unlike the running game, is the fact that I think Kalijah Cansey's coming along. You see him in the backfield an awful lot. Darby, obviously, last week had a big game. Shaq Barrett's still an imposing player. Vita Vea, as long as he's healthy, he's just a beast. So I think there's a lot to like about the Bucs defense against the run. I think they're getting better. I think they figured some things out that have hurt them previously this season. It doesn't mean that they're not susceptible to it again, but for the most part, I think they're going to be just fine there. And yeah, I understand that they're going to, but look, when you know that's what's coming, it should be, it should be a little bit easier.
I just can't pound the table enough. If they win this game, they come home to play Carolina. They're going to be 6-6. And 6-6 after 12 games in this division is probably going to be tied for first, unless the Saints sweep the next 2 weeks. And they own right now the tiebreaker head-to-head against the Saints. I mean, for as much as Tampa has struggled, I mean, what have they lost? 5 of their last 6? Because they were 3-1 at one point. I mean, Roy, if they can go to Indianapolis and get a win, they're probably going to be a first-place team heading into the second week of December.
Yeah, it's why I believe that they can still win this division. Again, it's because the division is so weak, because the conference is relatively weak throughout, except for the couple of teams at the top who they've already faced. I think they've got a very good shot still at getting to the playoffs. Now, I don't think they'll do anything once they get there. They'll probably be the last seed. Well, if they win the division, they won't. But still, no matter who they play, they'll probably get knocked out. But, let's see if they can correct a few things between now and then. Because, again, to me, the talent is there. And, I actually think Todd Bowles has done a pretty good job with the defensive side. Dave Canales has got to do a little bit better getting that running game going.
Well, how? I mean, not to give a really easy, simple question, but at this point, you've said it, Roy. There is no running game. I don't know how they develop one 10 games into the season. I know you have to still continue to pound it, but at what point do you have to change your philosophy completely because it's not working?
You got to try some things in practice and see what else you've got, in certain players. You've got to look at, you just have to take a look at, Sean Tucker, Keyshawn Vaughn. Do they offer anything on any down at all that gives you a chance? The concern that I have about Rachaad White is now everybody knows that the only way he's really going to make an impact is if you get him out in space. Now, can you be really creative in getting that done? Maybe. But, Dave Canales is more of a quarterbacks guy than he is a running game guy. And I think that hurts him a little bit here because is he going to come up with that really, a batch of plays, 5-6 plays that somehow it doesn't look like Rachaad White's going to end up in space, yet he does with the ball, and now he's effective? There's ways to do it. We talked about the screen game last week. It really didn't develop. I thought it would. But maybe this is the week they do it. Who knows? There are ways to get it done, but we haven't seen them try those. And maybe with the line the way it is, they just don't feel they have the power to do it and the strength to do it and the personnel to do it.
Do you think Jason Light is committed to Todd Bowles? Or do you think that this is very much we're seriously dating, but I'm not sure we're going to get married relationship?
I think the football side of the organization is committed to him. I really do. But I don't know that the Glazers are. And that's real. That as much as the Glazers are great about basically letting the football side do the football side, I think they also know that at the end of the day, if it's not working, why keep? I think they've learned not to hang on to somebody for too long. They're sometimes quick to pull the trigger and make a move, sometimes too quick. And I think they probably at this point will have seen enough and say, okay, look, we changed the offensive coordinator. That didn't work. The defense still got gouged on occasion. We weren't good enough defensively really to be a champion. Should have been better. How great is Todd? If the only way we can win defensively is by blitzing all the time, maybe we need to try something else. And you know what? One guy who's figured that out, at least on that side, is Bill Belichick. So, it makes some sense. And again, I'm not saying that would be the only answer. There's plenty of other coaches out there, but I also think the Glazers have learned that if you don't know you have somebody better, you won't make the move. But if you do feel you have somebody better, you'll make that move, especially if it's something that everybody's going to raise their eyebrows over.
He's Roy Cummings. He covers the Bucs, and you can follow him on Twitch, Twitter/X at rcummingsfhcn, rcummingsfhcn. Well, big game for Tampa Bay in Indianapolis on Sunday. They're a 2.5-point dog. They win it. They're very much in the NFC South picture. Losing, oh boy, the future in Tampa for a lot of people becomes very tenuous. Roy, have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk next week.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Roy Cummings, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Mark, he speaks of them better than you and I speak of them. Like, he thinks against the mediocre teams, they're, quote, a good team. And I think you and I look at them and go, no, they're
a mediocre team.
There you go.
That's what they are.
They're averaging 19 points a game. They're only giving up 20. They're averaging 19 points a game. It's not going to do it.
Godwin's done nothing. The third receivers never really amounted to much. They can't get tight end play, and they can't run the football. Otten's had a couple of good games, and they've won when he has. So the offense is what it is. It's an offense that can't run, that has to have a screen game going to develop anything, and Mike Evans is the only guy catching passes.
The record of their next four opponents, if you will: 5-5, 1-9, 4-6, 5-6.
If Roy's right, they win 3 of the 4 games.
And that would have them 7-7 hosting Jacksonville right before Christmas. Those opponents, by the way, are Indianapolis, Carolina, Atlanta, Green Bay. 3 of the 4 on the road. Only the Carolina game in the next 4 is at home.
Well, as you mentioned, they're not even favored against Minshew in Indianapolis.
Correct. Colts are 5-5. Okay. And they have scored points. I mean, remember, even that wild game against Cleveland, they scored a boatload of points. But in the dome, Baker throwing in the dome. To me, this is a Baker Mayfield game. He's got to win this game. Got to win it.
I would agree with that. And I actually think they will win it.
Ooh, look at you. We'll see what Pat Kirwan thinks as we talk week 12 of the NFL, which obviously is already underway with Pat next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hey y'all, it's Ben Allen. When it comes to singing and performing live shows, I'm in my comfort zone. When it comes to wanting to surprise my wife with diamonds, I'm a bit lost. That's why I go see my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd helped me blow my wife away when we got engaged, and I've been applauding them ever since. If you're in the market for diamonds this holiday season, Southwest Florida has been giving Jason and Todd a standing ovation for over 20 years. Go see them and let Jason and Todd know that Ben Allen sent you.
Thanks, Ben. We're proud of you and your accomplishments and thrilled that you are part of our Diamond District family.
This holiday season, visit Jason and me at the Diamond District. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Hey, you sending Pat a text by chance?
I will now.
Send him one, because usually he's up and on here. I have to use the little boy's room.
Yeah, KW, a lot of talk because obviously he'd get Herbert and a roster that's clearly underachieving. It is interesting, though. He has spent his whole life east. His dad was a Navy guy. Obviously, his NFL, I mean, even, Lions, Giants, Cleveland as a head coach, New England Jets as an assistant, back to New England as a head coach. I mean, his whole life has been spent east of the Mississippi.
Anything from Pat?
Yeah, he's going to join us. He may join us a minute or so into the segment.
All right, if that's the case, I'm going to have to turn my mic off, walk into the other room, and put him on. Can you see the on-deck circle below you, David, or no?
No.
So you just see this. Okay. So literally, I'm going to have to, if he's not on before the segment, I'm going to have to get up and go over and put him on.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's interesting. I think Johnny Yo, we'd all have our theories. Big eating day leads to a lot of what? So. Well, we'll see if Buccaneers and Falcons, and we'll see if any other 4 and 6 teams can get a win this week to join the Green Bay fight for the 7. But yes, it's a game that certainly has more meaning than we thought it would. Anybody else doing the show in the building, by the way?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Third and final hour of Miller and Moulton, at least along the network on this Black Friday. We hope you had a great Thanksgiving, and thanks for spending some time with us. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits at the top of the next hour for our loyal audience in Southwest Florida. JP Shadrick to join us coming up in about 35 minutes' time. He called the Packers' upset of the Lions yesterday on Westwood One. He's got Michigan, Ohio State tomorrow, and then he'll be part of the Jags Texans broadcast on the Jaguars radio network. But right now, it's time once again for Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's moving the chain, CBS's NFL Today show, so he's always working. And he joined us once again courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, dozen locations in between Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Hey, at least, well, no, you guys had the 4 o'clock game. So did you eat before or after?
I made a rule I don't eat at CBS. I wait till I get home.
Okay.
No, it was fine. You know, they do the best they can to make sure everybody feels like it's Thanksgiving at the office. But after many, many years of that, I decided I'll wait till I get home because one of my kids was having Thanksgiving with the family, and they made sure they brought over a bunch of stuff for me. So when you get home, if you've eaten the other stuff, they go, well, are you hungry? The last thing you should say is, no, I'm not hungry. So I ate when I got home.
Well, talk to me about the Cowboys. Have they continued to improve to where they're now one of the elite teams, or do they just pick on bad football teams?
Nothing's changed. They're still picking on bad teams. They did look pretty good picking on another bad team. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to go toe-to-toe with the big guys and win. And they haven't done it. I loved, how many times did they say yesterday, oh, they don't lose at home? Look who they played at home. So I'm not down on them, but I think we agreed 2 weeks ago. Maybe we disagree today, but 2 weeks ago, we said they're the Miami Dolphins of the NFC. Yeah.
Well, which brings us to, quite frankly, can the Dolphins do today what the Cowboys are good at, which is beat the teams you're supposed to beat? You know, it's a division game and it's a formidable defense. Don't know if weather is going to be a factor. You know, what do you think of? It's 2 against Tim Boyle, edge Miami, but still, you know how these division games go, Pat. Your thoughts on today's game?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a very good day for the Jets. And I say that because last week, this defense, which is pretty good, it was even better, excuse me, not too long ago, they gave up 32 points last week. So they're wearing down as we go. So I would not think that the Jets and Tim Boyle. I will say this: it's almost a no-win situation for the front office of the Jets. If Boyle plays terrible, the conversation we're going to have next week is they let this be the next backup when they could have signed Wentz. You know, we had an awful lot of time between Rodgers' injury and today. But if Boyle plays great, now we're going to be asking the question, why didn't you put him in earlier? So I don't know how they have a win-win situation here. I think they have a lose-lose situation the whole way.
You're right. And inside the locker room as well, because if Boyle plays well, the defense is going to be more ticked off that this guy wasn't playing 4 weeks ago.
Right. And we all read the New York Post at times. I think they've already got the back cover ready. They're just launching it as soon as the game's over.
Hey, now what are we thinking about the Lions? We started the show off, Pat, by asking, hey, you know, the Niners kind of went through a rut. And Mark quickly went, whoa, 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 whoa. Niners got banged up with key guys. All right. Once they got the key guys back, they were the Niners again. And Mark goes, David, there ain't nothing wrong with the Lions. So now we wonder, is it a 17-game season and this type of thing happens? Or have the Lions kind of peaked?
No, their coach has to calm down. Last week he told us, you know, something to the effect, I'm going to be calling it on fourth down all I want, and he's done it all year. The fake punt play on your own 25-yard line when momentum had just turned to your side. And I think Dan's already apologized. He just can't do that anymore. He needs a guy up in the booth, an old timer that's been there and done this, who can stop him when his emotions take over all the time. He still has a very good quarterback who threw for 332 yards and a couple of touchdowns. He has a two-headed monster in the backfield. He has Amon St. Brown, and actually Jameson Williams is looking like he's rounding into shape. They do have good linemen, although I thought the line was under a lot of pressure. But I just think the coach can't do that. You tell me, if he doesn't fake the punt, just punt and keep playing. They were starting to push back against Green Bay.
They were starting to. Pat, what concerned me more is that Jordan Love had an eternity to throw the football back there. There was no pass rush for Detroit whatsoever.
I was watching their four-man rush, and I'm a big fan of Aaron Glenn, but it was pretty obvious early that with their four-man rush, nobody could get there. And they were all squared up, and if you watched them, they got neutralized by the blockers, and they really needed to automatically go to pressure calls. And they didn't. So Aaron's going to have to deal with that, and he's going to have to watch that tape with Dan. And that's what I think they're going to conclude. There are teams that we're going to, and where were the twist stunts? The one time I saw Hutchinson come looping underneath and coming up the A-gap, he almost blew up the quarterback. But it was a lot of four-man straight rush, which in the situation they were in was not good enough. Got to move it around a little bit and bring extra people.
Well, Goff's also starting to turn it over again. Now he's starting to last couple weeks look like the guy that, we didn't think he could be the guy because he just turned it off. Kind of like Geno Smith, Pat. Okay, like we're wondering, the Canales, the quarterback coach of the last few years in Seattle, who's the offensive coordinator in Tampa, does Geno really miss him? Geno's looking more like Geno's the majority of his career than Geno from last year.
I would accept that he's not playing very well right now. But Geno, Goff, they all have ghosts in their closet from the past. And most people, certainly most media, are waiting to use those ghosts. Oh, that's the guy I remember. A lot of good players. Purdy had a little run himself.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's on his way to the Super Bowl in the minds of some. So, yeah, it wasn't very good. I would not worry about Goff. He didn't throw any interceptions. He fumbled. It happens. He's still a guy that threw for 332 and 2 touchdowns. He played well enough to win. The defense didn't.
Are you worried about Seattle, however? The schedule the rest of the way is very difficult. I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know if they can get to 9, Pat.
Their reality is, can they get to the 7 seed? That's it. And so who's not, and this is a question that I have to answer myself today. I'm on the air 12 to 2:30. Who's out of the picture, an 8, 9, or 10 seed that's going to get to 10?
Well, in the NFC, nobody.
That's the point I'm making. Seattle, Pete's a survivor. He gets to 9. I'll accept that. That's probably what's going to happen. They'll get in because there's no one behind them pushing it. The NFC, and I've said it since August, the 7 seed in the NFC could be under 500. It won't be, but it'll be close.
Well, Seattle's next 3 weeks, remember, they've lost 2 in a row. They're 6-5 now. At Dallas, at San Francisco, home for the Eagles.
Yeah, most people think they're going to lose all 3.
Now, if they win 1, they'd be 7-7, and they finish up with Tennessee, Pittsburgh, and Arizona. But Pat,
So let's lose all 3.
They're 6-8.
Okay, and tell me what you're going to do with the last 3 games, since you predict. And I'm with you. Let's say you lose all 3. I know Pete and what he's thinking.
Well, I think they'll get 2 of their last 3.
I think they'll get all 3.
Okay.
And where would they be then? 9, right?
Yeah,
and they'd be in.
9.
And they'd be in. And I think that's how it's going to go. But thank goodness the rest of the, if you're a Seattle fan, the rest of the NFC is horrible. Who's the best looking team behind them in the 8 or 9 seed that you think can win 10? I say there is none.
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. And I'm
Green Bay, everybody.
Default
Green
is okay.
Bay. They play the Giants, the Panthers, and the Bucs, and the Bears. I'm just saying that if you're going to name a team, I'll name the Green Bay Packers.
All right. You know what I respect that opinion, Mark, but I also see the scars of an old Lion fan coming out. When in doubt, pick Green Bay.
Detroit made them look good yesterday, that's for certain.
Oh, yes. Well, why don't you pick Green Bay? I'll pick Seattle for the 7th seed, and when I get to Florida, one of us is buying.
I'm going to need odds.
No. You sounded so convincing. I got nervous even making a proposal.
Seattle with a 1-game lead right now on Green Bay for the final playoff spot. We'll see what Minnesota does on Monday. What do you make, by the way, from the Bears standpoint as to what happened on Sunday? They made history. No team had ever been +3 in turnovers and controlled the ball for 40+ minutes and lost. Does that show how bad the Bears are, or does all the positives that they did in that game show that actually maybe they're close to becoming respectable?
Well, Mr. Miller, my partner, he's there all the time, and he hasn't used the word respectable yet. I'm waiting, but he hasn't used it, and he's there a lot. I think they're going to have their reality check on Monday night with Minnesota. It's just me. I think if they're smart and they just keep building and don't panic, maybe they're a decent team next year.
Does don't panic mean stay with Fields?
Well, I think they'll stay with Fields anyway. They won't put the option on him, but they'll have him for next year. If I'm them, I'm drafting a quarterback. I've got all these high picks, and I'm playing Fields out and hoping that Fields plays good enough that I can trade him before the deadline.
Pat, we got 20 seconds. Don't you find it interesting every time Fields runs for 100, they've lost?
Yep. Well, no, I don't find it interesting. I find it like that's the problem. Running quarterbacks, they're great, but you got to complement it with passing. Isn't that what Baltimore's really doing? They know that their guy will run for 100, but they're trying to get him to throw the ball as well as he runs the ball.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chain. CBS's NFL Today show. We'll go down the rest of the Week 12 schedule with Pat on the other side. JP Shadrick in 25 minutes on Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Life Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlifetransportation.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So how come you and Jim couldn't get today off? The game's at 3. Why couldn't they just, make the midday guys do their show and
they don't want the midday guys.
Well, please tell me they took the 10 to noon show off the air.
Well, it's like a month ago they called and said, "Would you guys like to work? We can make the show noon to 2:30." And yeah, I'm fine with that. I think you know me. I like going on. Jim, I got Jim trained. Jim, you want to be good at this? Do it all the time. Be there every day. You get the listeners to depend on us, that they're going to want to expect to hear us. We're at every holiday. You name it, we're on. Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July, all of them.
I know. We think we're working today because of you. Mark joked a few days ago that you have guilted us into not taking any time off anymore. Any.
Well,
especially during football season.
It's a great relief to me to not have to mention that as I leave at the end of the next segment, because I usually do. So you guys are taking off Friday, huh? Well, that's great. Rest up, guys.
No, and we even gave our producer the day off. I'm filling in for him.
See, now if I knew that kid, I'd say, look, don't accept the day off. They'll find out they don't need you. And
funny thing
because
is,
I was in coaching my whole life and Jimmy played, there were no days off. Is there one NFL player that's off today that has a game Sunday? No. I try to explain this to my wife still. Janet, it's not Thanksgiving, it's Thursday. Today is not the day after Thanksgiving. It's not Black Friday, it's Friday. And you just live in that mindset all the time. And honestly, I do so much prep for my show and for CBS and to talk to you guys that I hate to waste it by being, what am I going to do? Watch my grandsons play more hockey? I got 3 leaf blowers. Every leaf, I live in the woods here, and the Jersey house is completely in the woods. I got 3 leaf blowers and 3 grandsons. As soon as I get off with you guys, start your engines. And they love it.
Well, somehow I don't think it's free labor. I think Grandpa's paying them something for their work.
Yeah, I take them out. They like to go out to eat with me because there are no rules. You can get whatever you want. And I took 6 of them out for breakfast the other day, and it was hysterical. They know exactly. They got Oreo shakes with enough whipped cream on top of them. That's what they had before breakfast.
There you go.
Then they had chocolate chip pancakes and some other crap. And then on the way back, they wanted to stop for something. I go, no, we're not stopping. But the lady in the place knows me, and she knows I'm going to take care of her. So after all this, she brings out a small bowl of extra whipped cream for each one of them. And they would just, I started filming them. I said, here, let me show this to you. No, don't film this. We'll be in trouble. It's all good.
Adam, he's got at least half a contract left. At least. I think he's got 2/3 of a contract left. So CBS is going to be stuck with him for a while. It's a lot of money.
You know our building's for sale, right? The big one.
The West 57th Street building?
Yeah.
Really?
Really.
That's not good.
No. And It might take a long time to sell. That's a full city block, that building.
Right.
It used to be the dairy. Did you know that? I didn't know it when I first got there. I found out it was the dairy for New York City. They were milking cows in there. So that's for sale. A couple of the cameramen that are full-timers told me they all got offered buyouts last week, and they're all taking them. So you just don't know what's going on.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's moving the chains. He'll be on noon to 2:30 today, leading into the Dolphins game, which begins at 3 o'clock. He's also part of CBS's NFL Today show, and he joins us once again courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers from Tampa to Key West and all points in between Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh. In our Twitch chat room, Pat, Yinzer, so obviously you know where he's coming from. He wants to know who made the call in Pittsburgh, and what, as a fan, should they take from the events of this week?
Well, it's highly unusual, as we all know. I'm sure you covered the last time they did something like this was, I don't know, 70 years ago or something. But I've talked to Coach Cowher about it. There were times Coach Cowher had a coordinator that he'd like to get rid of, but he never did. But he was told by the Rudies, if you want to, you can. And then he decided not to. In retrospect, he said to me, maybe I should have. So with that information, I would think that Mike went and said, I think I have to make a change. I'm losing the team. And we all saw the disgruntled player stuff and the lack of functionality of the offense. So I don't think Mr. Rooney stopped him, but I don't think Mr. Rooney came down and said, fire your coordinator. He doesn't operate that way. And I think Mike said, I got to do something. And he said, you got my blessings to do what you want.
And they get a backup quarterback as they play Seattle this week, so maybe it's the right time for that as well. Jacksonville and Houston. Houston beat them pretty badly the first time. You know, David and I both think the sweep doesn't happen. How do you see this game, Pat?
It's a very hard game, and it's one of the best games on the schedule. So much at stake. Houston can move into first place. So a comment was made to me the other day that they thought Stroud was starting to not struggle, but maybe starting to come back to earth. I don't see him that way. It's easy to take Jacksonville in this one and say, where's the sweep coming from? But Trevor's 1-4 against Houston. Houston has done and this goes all the way back to Billy O'Brien. He beat Jacksonville all the time, but those are old days. When they won 37-17. I'll take Houston again in this one, and I might be wrong, but I'm not really convinced that Jacksonville, who, by the way, in the last 4 games is averaging 21 points a game. I would prefer to think that Houston can do this on their home turf. So I'm taking those guys, and I am concerned about Trevor's 9 sacks in the last 3 weeks. What's happening to that part of the ball?
We see this as an absolute must-win for Tampa Bay, and if they get it, they've got Carolina on the back end, and they can get to 6-6. And we all know in the division that they're in that'll keep them relevant for a very long time. But if they go to Indy and lose, fall to 4-7, we just wonder if, well, quite frankly, what they're trying to do is just going to disintegrate, and Todd Bowles' future and Baker's, and I don't know. We see this as a monster game for Tampa at Indy. How do you see the game?
Yeah, because the math's that way, but Indy's thinking the same thing. Indy's doing a pretty good job, and they think and we brought this up 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we started saying, keep your eye on Indy. They had a bye, so we stopped really talking about them. Minshew's 3-3 as a starter, kind of Minshew versus Baker. Is there much difference in production between the two of them? Not really. I mean, Baker has no 300-yard games, but he's throwing touchdowns. He's pretty good with taking care of the ball. Mm-hmm. Do you like Baker Mayfield? Here's my question to myself. Do you like Baker Mayfield throwing the ball 37 times a game? I don't. And I don't know what happened to their development of a run game. And you know Todd Bowles, a defensive guy. They're okay, but they like to throw to their running backs. They really don't have the dimension of playing hardball when they need it.
None whatsoever. Their offensive line can't do it. They've not done it all year, Pat, and I don't see how that's going to change.
Yep. And so I look at the Indy defense, which they say goodbye to Shaq Leonard. By the way, Shaq Leonard, I know he's got a back issue, but that guy played 455 plays this year. It's not like he was on the sideline wounded and unable to play. He had a nice set of tackles, 65 of them. He didn't do much else. No hits on the quarterback, 2 tackles for loss. So they say goodbye to him, and they kind of like their linebackers.
Well, Pat, we've talked. I mean, Dallas has to replace Van Der Esch. Buffalo has to replace Milano. I mean, don't you think there should be even a little bit of a bidding thing for Shaq Leonard?
And there might be. But, these are kind of split deals now. When you get a guy with a medical, and no one was going to claim him, not with the money that was owed to him. So I think that's the way it's going to be. But Indy says goodbye to Shaq Leonard. Well, take a look at what they're doing. It's 30 sacks, by 12 different guys. 65 hits on the quarterback, 61 tackles for loss. I think they're going to be all over Baker. And I'm a big Baker fan, but I like Indy in this game.
Cleveland and Denver. Has Denver figured something out of the defensive side of the ball, or have they did it against, even in losing against the Chiefs, they held them. They had that awful game against Miami. They had a bad game against the Jets, but the defense seems to have found themselves. Am I missing something, Pat?
No, you're excuse my language, my voice here. No, you're not missing anything. So they're 3-1 in their last 4 games. And to your point, in those 4 games, they gave up 65 points. That's 16 points a game. If you have Russell Wilson, and your defense is going to hold people to 16 points a game, you're going to win a couple, and they did 3-1 in their last 4. So drill down and ask yourself, well, where's it coming from? It's coming from the pass defense. 542 passing yards in 4 games. That's 135 a game. Do you think you can win a bunch of games if you give up 135 passing? I think so.
Well, they just put Surtain on the other team's number 1 receiver, and that's it. It's over. I mean, I watched them do it to Diggs in Buffalo. The only passes they completed was when he wasn't on them. I mean, he is a shut-down corner. A couple of key games. New Orleans at Atlanta. Boy, Saints could take a big step to winning the division if they could win in Atlanta.
I know. And there's another game that you really have to go back and forth on. To me, New Orleans is a better roster right now. And it all started when Atlanta lost their big defensive tackle, right? Since then, things are not the same up front for those guys. Now, the question really comes down to, can New Orleans stop, the Atlanta run game? Well, that's a problem. Atlanta's run game for the last 4 weeks, that's 148 yards a game. And we know Mr. Coach Smith is going to run the ball. He's going to try to run it. He's going to think he can run it because New Orleans run defense right now for the last 4 weeks, they're giving up 140 a game. So when he watches the last 4 games, which is what they do for a scatter report, it is not going to discourage him from running the ball, and which is what he really wants to do. Ritter's back under center. So what's that mean? Athletic quarterback, bootlegs, take it off, escapes. Ritter does not want to lose his job. He'll contribute as a runner as well as he does a passer. So I like that part of Atlanta. But for me personally, I just think New Orleans is a better team. I hate betting on Carr, but I probably will.
Less than a minute. What do you think about Bills-Eagles?
Eagles. I think Bills is back on track, but this is the kind of game. Isn't this really how we're talking about Seattle? The kind of games that are on their schedule right now. The Eagles, they just watched the Cowboys. They understand that it's still possible to lose. I don't think they're going to lose the division. Their sense of urgency went up a little bit after watching Dallas. So I think they'll play really hard, and they'll play well enough to beat these guys.
Well, and for Philly, it's after Buffalo, they host San Francisco, and they're at Dallas, and then they're at Seattle. I mean, this is the tough stretch for the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles basically have the same schedule as Seattle. And they're not going to miss the playoffs, but they don't want to get bumped out of the top spot. They're in control of it now. They will stay in control.
Pat, hot tea, lemon. Okay, good luck.
You know what? Thursdays, I usually work quietly. Thursday, because it was Thanksgiving, was like talking the whole day with Boomer.
Pat Kirwan will be on noon to 2:30 with his co-host Jim Miller, moving the chains on NFL Radio. Pat, have a great weekend.
You too, fellas. Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure, as always.
Well, thank you, Mark.
Well, it is our pleasure.
It is.
Our audience loves it. Best segment of the week.
Nobody is happier than me that you decided to work on a holiday.
JP Shadrick's next.
Trail. Locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Hey, man.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
And to you as well.
How you doing?
Did Westwood One treat you guys afterwards?
Yes. We went to this place called the Caucus Club in downtown Detroit last night and had a turkey dinner, and I had a filet on the side. It was awesome.
Good for you.
It's like kind of a surf and turf, but just really turf and turf.
Turf and turf.
It was awesome. And we just walked there, then walked back, and now I'm here in the hotel and gonna do work all day, cram session for Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah, little thing. You got a little thing tomorrow.
Yeah, it's fine.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
Yeah, thanks. Just did. We're mixing in. I just interviewed Doug Peterson, like I do every Friday for Jaguars on Sunday. So 3 games in 4 days. It's fun, man.
That's a grind. When do you fly? Do you fly back to Jacksonville tomorrow night?
Yeah, after the game. I think I get back to Jax around midnight, a little after, and then I'm on the air at 11 o'clock Sunday pregame
For a huge game.
Big game. Yeah, absolutely.
Huge
I mean,
game.
it can turn the whole division, or at least, it won't decide it, but you win it. If the Jaguars win it, then all of a sudden they're 2 games free, and that changes a whole lot. If not, they're in second place. So
you have a direct after the game?
No, I couldn't catch the nonstop. It was too early, so it's through Atlanta.
Oh, you and I will be on the same flight.
Oh yeah,
we're catching after the Iron Bowl. We're catching the what's it like 10:25?
It's late. There might be one later. I think it's something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If so, we'll be on the same flight.
Well, I'll walk past you in first class and go sit in the back like everybody else.
Right.
You'll
That's
be up
so
there.
effing laughable.
So
You know it.
So great.
You blankety
Drinking
blank. You
champagne
know that's
cocktails,
crap.
Champagne cocktails, the whole deal.
Unbelievable.
Free chips,
Such
all
crap. And you know it. What a cheap shot that was.
We've all wondered, JP, how they, now we know.
Lucky I can finagle it and get my aisle seat. Jeez. Just hoping for the middle of the plane on the aisle. Come on.
I'm just glad to have a seat anywhere.
Oh, stop it. Had you done a Thanksgiving game for Westwood One?
I had never done. I did a Christmas Day game last year.
I know you did. Right.
Packers Dolphins, but this is the first Thanksgiving game, and it was a trip, man. Like they do it right here in Detroit. Obviously, they have 84 years of experience doing it here in Detroit, so they get it. I mean, the tailgating, walking to the game, like it is a scene, man. They got the parade going on.
Yep.
It's fun, and then it was fun for about I guess 8 minutes in the game, and they didn't have much fun in there anymore after that.
Oh, they couldn't block, or they couldn't get to the quarterback. I was stunned at how well Green Bay blocked him.
Yeah, and then they just couldn't keep Goff clean. He put it on the deck 3 times, and Rashawn Gary had a huge game. And there you go. Good night. Packers are in it, man. Hey, they're the youngest team in football, and they're getting confidence by the week. And Jordan's playing pretty good.
Mark went through their schedule. Their upcoming schedule ain't challenging.
They got the Chiefs coming up. That's the difficult one. But then after that,
Giants. I mean, it's very doable. All right,
it's very doable. You like my background, by the way?
Very nice. The city of Detroit.
I set up by the window in the room.
Yeah.
Just for you guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. I make sure to pull the curtains. Plus my big head gets in the way. This melon cuts out a lot of downtown. Any downtown. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you guys.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
He is interrupting arguably the biggest week of his career for a few minutes with us. He is JP Shadrick, who did Lions-Packers on Westwood One yesterday. He's doing this little college game called Ohio State-Michigan tomorrow on Westwood One. And oh, by the way, he's part of the Jags radio network, and they've got a first-place showdown with Houston on Sunday. So a lot to talk to JP about. First off, thanks for doing this. We're very appreciative. We're thankful for you. And, well, welcome to the show. How was Thanksgiving in Detroit as a broadcaster? You had never experienced it before, right?
I never had. First off, happy Thanksgiving to you guys. It's always a pleasure to be on with you, and I enjoy hanging out with you guys and talking everything. So, we walked to the game from the hotel downtown, and the tailgating scene's unbelievable. About 9 a.m., the parade's going down Woodward on the other 2 blocks away, so we stayed away from that. And, I mean, it is a scene getting in there. They have experience doing this in Detroit. I mean, it's their 84th Thanksgiving game, so they know what the hell they're doing. This is not amateur hour here, right? This is as serious as Thanksgiving gets. So the scene walking in is fantastic. And going into the game, I mean, the Lions had not been this good since the Kennedy administration through 10 games. So this is a long time coming, and they're in first place, and they're trying for a division title for the first time since 93. All that history was there. And after about the first quarter, Packers kind of took over the game and quieted the place down and handled their business. But, the game itself, all the pregame stuff, the halftime show, everything that goes with that, it was pretty cool to be there and be a part of it.
And now you get to go to the big house.
Oh, yeah.
You go from that scene to over 100,000 on Saturday for Ohio State in Michigan. As I'm sure you're getting ready, David picked Ohio State. I stayed away from the game and the number because 3.5 scares me. But I know you don't care about what the number is, but you do care about how they do it. And the past, whoever runs the ball better in this game wins, right, JP?
There's no doubt. We did it last year. I had this game at the Horseshoe last year, and there were two big breakout runs at the end that really blew the game open. Edwards ran through them and, pretty much closed out that game. And that's what it's going to feel like this time, too. I mean, Travion Henderson's running really well right now for Ohio State. So why not keep that going? And then you got two running backs from Michigan. They may not have the statistical team numbers this year, but they're going to – when all else fails, like at Penn State a couple weeks ago when they couldn't block somebody, let's run it 35 times in a row, right? That's pretty much what happened, and that's what both of these teams, I think, can do. How do they cover Marvin Harrison in the passing game if, they do the play action thing off of that and get him somehow open? How do they cover that on the back end's a big question. But you're right. This feels to me like a game in the low 20s, like 23-20, just to grind it out. Not, if you're a Madden player or something like that, you probably hate this game because it's not what you're used to. But this is good old-fashioned Big Ten slug-it-out football against two really powerful defenses and two of the top defenses in college football. It's going to be one of those games.
Is this the week in which all the Harbaugh story and him not being there matters? Like, in the people you've talked to, if you ask Doug Peterson, by the way, hey, if you're not there, how big of a deal is it? I mean, don't we find that out tomorrow, JP?
Maybe, but he's there every day and hour of the week except 3 on game day. It's not like he's not there. Like, he's there. Like, he's still doing press conferences, for goodness sakes. Like, it's not like he's been exiled to Crete or something. I mean, this is he's there and he's part of the game plan and he's he's in it. He's just not pulling the trigger on game day, right? So that's the one big difference. Now, if it comes down to a big tense moment late where they got to have, maybe we see it then, but I don't know if it's changed a whole lot of their preparation because he's still there doing all the preparation. Once game day hits, the 3 hours in the game, maybe in this big of a moment, we might see it play out on Saturday. I don't know.
Can't wait for it, that's for sure. And then on Sunday, you've got a monster as well. The Jags in Houston. This game, if Jacksonville wins, they take a stranglehold on the division. And they don't have a great track record. Trevor doesn't have a great track record against Houston.
Should they play Ted Nugent stranglehold? Right?
Maybe.
If they get the win.
Well, you're in the right city for it, buddy.
That's what I'm saying. Right here, right behind me. So, yeah, this is a game where, all right, all of a sudden the quarterback play is fun to watch, right? C.J. Stroud's playing great ball. He's confident. He's got some poise to him. It's hard to really shake him, it feels like. Trevor's playing what he needs to do to win, and I don't think he needs to go match C.J. Stroud if he's throwing balls down the field and all that. That's not going to be Trevor's game. They feel like they could probably do some of that on the back end of the Texans, but this feels like they're going to have to be able to run a little bit. Last time out, week 3, the Jaguars pushed them around a little bit, but just not enough. Everything else broke down in that game, and the Texans blew them out back in week 3. So they're going to be able to run a little bit, they think, and then hit some shots over the top. But Trevor's just got to play with it himself. And last week it was, hey, I got to run the ball, the pylon twice, and dive in for a touchdown. It's fine. I don't know if you want to make a habit of that, but he'll do what he can. So if Stroud's throwing these deep balls, Trevor just can't get that in his head at all. I like the matchup. I think this is a fun game. This is the biggest game in Houston in a long time. They haven't been good the last little while. So playoff atmosphere expected, packed house, but the Jags have been good road team this year. So they've been able to rally it up and play well in hostile environments, and I think they're ready to roll on this one.
What is it about Houston that has kind of bothered Jacksonville lately, even when Houston's been bad? It's kind of like what you guys did when Indianapolis was better than you, and yet you always had their number seemingly. What is it about Houston that has given Trevor and Doug Peterson, trouble?
Well, last time out, it was turnovers, and then they allowed a fullback to return a kickoff for a touchdown.
Yes, they did.
And they had a field goal blocked. And they missed a field goal. Like, special teams were bad that day. I mean, that was just a weird one. There's always something strange like that. The running game always plays. For some reason, they always run the ball, it seems like, against the Jaguars. And that's kind of odd. And this is a Jags run defense that's pretty stout. That's their number one priority. So I think they'll be able to, Singletary's been running the ball pretty well, 100 yards the last 2 weeks at least. So can they plug that up? If they do, all right, that's fine. But it's just something about that. They, they might be undermanned sometimes. They might have injuries, but they're always going to play hard. And with D'Amico in there now, it's like, okay, they've got that mindset again. The defense is flying. They've got some guys that can play and rush the passer. So you're just expecting 60 minutes, man. This is not your pushover Texans team, and I think that's just I don't know if there's one particular thing, David.
Well, and the Texans pretty good against the run. And if you want to slug it out, you talked about them pushing around a little bit. That's to me where the Jags have to establish it early. They've got to go push them. Is the offensive line ready to do it, JP?
Well, they better be. I mean, the interior is where is the big question, right? Is Luke Fortner the center? Is he stout enough to really go do that over and over again? We'll find out. The left guard situation, Walker Little is the starter. But last week, Ezra Cleveland got some time in there. They rotated him in to get him some snaps at left guard during the game. I mean, like in the regular part of the game. It was a pre-scheduled, a third drive or whatever, you're playing guard. Okay. And then Brandon Sheriff, veteran guy on the right side, that's where it begins. It's got to start there. They like what Anton Harrison's done at right tackle, and he'll have the matchup with Anderson a lot this week, Will Anderson. And Grenard, the other pass rusher, has been really good for Houston. So Cam Robinson will strap up there. So they feel like the run game, they're stout enough to do some of that. The interior is the question, right? We're going to find out. This is the week, I think. They don't do it this week. This is going to be a tough one.
All right, back to your assignment for tomorrow.
Yeah.
First off, can you give us a weather forecast? Is weather going to be a factor at all in Ohio State, Michigan?
Let's see here. Tomorrow, it's in the high 30s and cloudy, no snow. That comes on Sunday, apparently. So, that's perfect.
Okay.
We'll take that. We'll take that all day. I mean, that's fine. So no, I don't know about the wind and all that stuff, but this is the way it's supposed to be. This is Big Ten, the game weather in the 30s, cold, both undefeated.
Running the football, JP.
Run the damn ball. I think one of those white hats with the red rope on it. Run the damn ball. Yeah, that's what it's going to be on Saturday.
Well, then, if that's the case, Mark's right. Michigan's going to win, right? That in theory, if you had one running game against the other team's run defense, you'd probably put a few more shekels on Michigan, wouldn't you?
I don't know about the shekels. I can't participate in the shekels. I can tell you that, Michigan has those two backs that are really dynamic guys. So does Ohio State have? Well, yeah, they have a few running backs too, right? But Henderson's kind of their lead guy, and when he's rolling, that's one thing. It's neck and neck to me, man. I mean, these teams are right there, but Michigan has the offensive line to go do it. I'll say that. They've got the track record of success up front.
If Ohio State wins, is it Henderson or is it Harrison? If you know what I mean. Is it
Yes, it's one of those two because all of a sudden they plug him up, then they're having to throw it up, and Harrison's making plays above the X's and O's and doing what he does in the boundary and in the end zone and the red zone and all that stuff. That's one thing to watch out for too. He's a fantastic player, man.
Oh,
I mean, in this, honestly, if he puts up 2 touchdowns and 100, whatever, like he's got to be right there at the top of the Heisman conversation. He has to be. I mean, I know there's some quarterbacks playing big. Penix playing big. Bo Nix had a big game last week. All that's fine, and they're there. But Harrison should be right up there with them because there has not really been anybody that has been able to slow him down. He is a head and shoulders above any other receiver, I think, so far in college football. So why shouldn't that translate?
Any concern about your alma mater in the Iron Bowl? All right. I mean, Nick's 4-4 at Auburn in his Alabama career. I mean, they're 2 years ago, 10-1 Alabama, fortunate as blank to get out of a 6-5 Auburn team, and here we are again. Any concerns tomorrow?
I called that game 2 years ago, and Tank Bigsby ran out of bounds and stopped the clock and saved Bama's last timeout. They got the stop on third down, timeout, punt, no timeouts left. Bryce Young drives down the field, hits the rookie, the freshman, whatever football we're in right now, and for the touchdown to tie it, 4 overtimes, ball game, right? Crazy, wild. But, yeah, you never know in this one. Like, the Auburn's always tough. They're going to be up for the game. The fans will be there. But this Alabama team right now feels like they are rolling, poised, ready to go get something else. So they are not going to overlook this Auburn team at all. And I think it has a chance to be over by halftime.
Ooh.
JP, there was some confidence there. That wasn't the broadcaster. That was the Alabama alum talking.
Just think about how the quarterback's playing. Like, they're figuring out how
froggy about the following week too. I think, David. I think he's feeling pretty froggy about what happened.
1 week at a time, there, Mark. I mean, 1 week at a time. So, but they figured out how to play with the quarterback and how to dial it up for him and how to make him most effective. The defense is great. So, let's go. Right? I mean, go handle the business, and then look forward to Atlanta and see what you got to wrangle with there.
By the way, Eli Gold making the trip. He's had major health problems the last 2 years. Eli Gold making the trip to the Plains to do the game. A lot of whispers as to how many more Eli will do after Saturday. So if you get a chance, JP, when you're traveling to the airport, may want to listen to the app. Listen to your buddy Eli there call the game for Alabama.
Yeah, he's a class act, man. It's been a long road for him the last couple of years, for sure. Got to see him before the Ole Miss game, which was awesome. We were up there for that game and spent some time with Eli. He's a legend.
JP, thanks for doing this. Have a great call tomorrow. Safe travels, and belated happy Thanksgiving. We're thankful for you, and hopefully we'll talk again soon.
Thankful to you guys, man, and hope you had a great day yesterday. I know you're having a good day today, and let's have a great weekend. Should be a fun one.
No doubt. JP Shadrick on the call for Westwood 1 tomorrow, Ohio State, Michigan, and then part of the Jags Radio Network, Jacksonville and Houston, first place showdown in the AFC South. JP, thanks. All the best. That'll do it along the network for Miller and Moulton.
He makes it look like he makes you seem like you work less with all of the W-2s.
I know.
I mean, that's tough to do. He's out traveling you this weekend, and that's hard.
I know. He taped an interview with Doug Peterson before he did this guest spot. I know. He's making me seem like a slacker. Why do I like him so much? The Diamond District bonus hour is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hey, y'all, it's Ben Allen. When it comes to singing and performing live shows, I'm in my comfort zone. When it comes to wanting to surprise my wife with diamonds, I'm a bit lost. That's why I go see my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd helped me blow my wife away when we got engaged, and I've been applauding them ever since. If you're in the market for diamonds this holiday season, Southwest Florida has been giving Jason and Todd a standing ovation for over 20 years. Go see them and let Jason and Todd know that Ben Allen sent you.
Thanks, Ben. We're proud of you and your accomplishments and thrilled that you are part of our Diamond District family.
This holiday season, visit Jason and me at the Diamond District. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around and get it.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, Arch, Adam. All right, yeah. JP's terrific. Met him 17 years ago with CBS. He was part of the broadcast. We were in the booth together for a couple of years. And we always stayed in touch. I actually had him call an FGCU, I think it was North Florida game for us, so to speak, because I couldn't make the trip and wanted the broadcast done, and he did it. He was doing AAA baseball. He was in Oklahoma City. I think they were an Astros affiliate at the time. He did that for a handful of years. But he gave up the AAA baseball thing to do the Jags. I'm waiting for him to get the Jags gig full time. It's an interesting situation here in Jacksonville as to why the person that's doing it is doing it. And I mean, everybody in town knows that JP is the guy who should be doing the games, but the guy who's been doing them a while, connected. But I mean, golly, JP was doing the Dolphins instead of their game.
Oh, man. All right, I'm flipping this back.
That show flew, huh?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Black Friday. Thanks for being with us. We hope you had a great Thanksgiving holiday. We've already had a pretty good show, if we do say so ourselves, in this final hour of the week.
I'm going to have to take your word for it. I'll figure out if this is a good show maybe when it ends. Too much going on over here today.
Well, you're doing 3 jobs in one, so I could see where, you have no idea how the show sounds. You just know, I guess I've been talking occasionally.
And David, I need the audience's help here. Text line, Twitch chat room, 21,000's a text line. Because I have screwed up royally. Today's my anniversary. There's been a lot going on this week between work and family and people coming in and out of town. And I literally have to pull off whatever gift I'm getting between 10 and 10, 30. I mean card, I mean flowers, I knew it was my anniversary. I just had so many other things getting ready for Thanksgiving, 48 trips here, 17 trips there, picking people up at the airport, that I just didn't do anything for it. And my wife says yesterday, do you want to do anniversary gifts today? I said, no. I'd like to wait till the actual day. She's like, we both have to work. Yeah, I know. But I think it'll be better that way.
And of course, on the inside, you're going, blank. I got nothing.
Yeah, 11 years I've been married to her. And I got to do the shopping for the anniversary in 57 minutes. And it's got to be fast. Because I've got to be able to turn around and get home and make it look like nothing really happened. Like I was all about this the whole time.
Aren't you?
And at least I'm keeping it quiet,
Right. Aren't you like playing golf today?
1:30.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Okay. Now I know your son's in town. You got your mother-in-law in town. I mean, are you two like, do you have Saturday night dinner plans? I mean,
we're actually all going out to dinner tonight, and then the wife and I are going to let them all go home, and we're going to go have a cocktail and spend a little time together after the dinner.
Okay.
But it was, it was always thought family's going to be here. It's not that big.
Right.
Right. When you get married in and around Thanksgiving, there are years in which the anniversary gets trumped by the holiday. At least that's that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, David, because
one of these years, maybe. Well, here's the other thing that hurts you. You're really good. And I'm not just saying that. Like you're really good with the anniversary and birthday gifts. Like I think Todd and Jason, don't get me wrong, we do make them money. I mean, there are 9-10 people that actually listen to us. Most of them are men. They actually do go out and purchase stuff with Todd and Jason in the Diamond District. But I think part of the reason why they still continue to sponsor the show is they feel guilt for all the money that you've spent with them. So, I mean, you're really good when it comes to anniversaries.
I had 10 good ones, 11 apparently not so much.
Whatever you do, don't get the flowers at like the convenience store, the grocery store on the way
Bull
home.
crap! I'm going to Publix to get the flowers right after. Are you out of your mind?
Come on, man. It looks like you got them at Publix when you do that.
I'll have the wrapping by the time she's all in a vase. It'll look proper.
Can you at least take the price tag off the plastic?
That's a key element to do right there.
Oh man. All right. So you think you can pull this off?
I don't know. And I don't know what the repercussions are if I don't pull it off.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know the repercussions.
Me too. They scare the hell out of me.
Now the repercussions won't take effect until like Sunday night, Monday, though, because I mean, you will have people around to deflect the repercussions.
I think I've got this pulled off. I mean, I have been working diligently during the commercial breaks with a couple of the people that I do business with, and I think I can make this happen.
Okay.
Well, I think.
And Mark, this just in, I don't know how to put this, but you need to make it happen in order for it to make it happen.
You got that right.
Right.
I could be in a doghouse.
Yeah.
That I may never get out of.
Well, at least not until Christmas. Whew.
Be looking at Ugga going, man, I'd love air conditioning in this thing, but I guess I'm outside.
You're not the only one in the doghouse there, Ugga. Okay, well, this is unusual hunting for you. You're usually, you've got this taken care of. You're a planner when it comes to this.
I know, and I have neglected it, and I'm embarrassed. I feel guilty, and now I've got to try to pull off the anniversary miracle here before my tea time at 1:30.
Exactly right. I know you're going to put a lot into this. Yep. I mean, mother of your child and
horrible.
Love of your life and what have you. I was wondering why he said I only have 57 minutes, and I'm like, oh, that's right. He's got to go get there early, hit balls, and then play. Right. Mm-hmm.
Not too worried about the hitting balls today. We might just have to walk to the first tee and swing. That may happen.
Okay. All right.
A lot of gift certificates in my future, though. I will say that. Thank goodness she loves them. And if you're listening, darling, I love you.
First off, if you're listening, go back to work. Hey, come on now.
This is where I feel fortunate, because you couldn't pull off something like this on the air because your wife listens. I know for a fact mine doesn't. Now, the problem is there are clients of hers that are listeners of ours.
Right.
And we'll see if they're able to keep quiet.
Yeah.
Or the next time they walk in, they just throw me right under the bus.
Yeah, come on now. Have Mark's back here. Come on now. We divulge things about ourselves. You got to have our back. Everybody, I was saying this earlier in the week, Mark, come on. We all need a mulligan. Just like every sports fan deserves a parade, sometimes we all just need a mulligan. And you're not asking for a big one here. You're just asking for, hey, just keep our little secret with us.
That's it.
It's my anniversary, and I'm totally unprepared. Damn.
Totally unprepared.
I cooked Thanksgiving. I went and picked the kid up at the airport. I'm paying for this. I'm doing that. Oh, wait, blank. Anniversary. God.
This is usually where the person on the other end, though, comes out way in the black, because the guilt that I have will cause me to overspend dramatically to make up for all of the inner guilt that I've put on myself for this.
How about a little spa weekend gift card?
You're right into the area that I'm going.
There you go. Are you kidding? You're the man if you come through with that. First off, it takes care of her, and secondly, then she's not with you. Which, let's face it, after 11 years of marriage, she doesn't want any more time with you.
You're figuring this out, and I've figured it out.
Well, it's because I'm 27 years into mine, so yeah.
You've got this.
Yeah. All right. So we can do this, right? You know what? Here's another break that Mark doesn't have. A lot of us, where we work and where we live, there are plenty of places to stop right on your way home to save you time. And you can still be the guy. Wow, look at you. You really, yeah. And you're thinking to yourself, well, 8 minutes, I made a right, and then 6 more minutes, I made a left, and then I was home. And I picked up 2 great guys. Mark is 4 blocks between where he is right now and where he lives. Mark has to go. I got to plot it out. I got to head south. I got to go east. I got to go
And I'll walk in, and I'm guessing there'll be a present there for me.
Oh, sure.
She already gave me one. She bought me 2 anniversary gifts. One came before Thanksgiving because apparently steel is like the 11th anniversary gift, and she got me new knives for my kitchen since she wanted them there for Thanksgiving for everybody to see the new knives. So I'm in a bind.
Steel?
Yeah.
Steel? Really?
I guess.
Huh. Well, I mean, at least she, gave you the knives. I mean,
Didn't stab me with them.
Exactly.
That might be for later today.
I was going to say, did she hold one in reserve? I mean, did you count them all? But okay. But that's nice. Plus, also, let's be honest, though, that makes her look good, too. Got company in the house, and she gets to go, it's our anniversary. You see what I got Mark for our anniversary?
Yeah, what'd you get her? I can't tell her.
Nope.
That's a surprise.
Yep, we're waiting until tomorrow. Because I haven't picked it out yet. So, all right. Well, listen, good luck.
Thank you.
And I would like to think, by now we know 2-3 people. You made a couple phone calls. You've been thinking about this throughout the show.
I think I've got this pulled off.
Okay. Can you do it in 57 minutes, though?
That's the key. And again, it's going to be close.
Okay.
It's going to be close. So that's where we're at. Full confession. I've blown it.
Is the key the packaging? Like you'll come through with the right stuff, but your presentation does so that you can't make it look as if you did this in 57 minutes. You have to make it look like, you've been planning this for weeks.
I think she flat out caught me because when she gave me the gift, the look on my face, I think gave away everything. I think she's well aware the failure that her husband is.
Well, not necessarily. Okay, you're Catholic. You feel guilt. You're going to make up for it. Okay. She's got you.
Feel a lot like the Detroit Lions right now. Like I've let people down.
Yeah, but see, at least you had enough time to come back from it. Can I give you some advice? No fake punts from your own 25.
That's a great bit of advice right there, David.
I don't know what the anniversary gift analogy is to that, but whatever it is, don't try it. Personally, I think that's flowers from Publix, but hey, just no fake punts today.
It's good advice, David. It's really good advice.
Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us on this Black Friday, Florida Sports Network.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hey y'all, it's Ben Allen. When it comes to singing and performing live shows, I'm in my comfort zone. When it comes to wanting to surprise my wife with diamonds, I'm a bit lost. That's why I go see my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd helped me blow my wife away when we got engaged, and I've been applauding them ever since. If you're in the market for diamonds this holiday season, Southwest Florida has been giving Jason and Todd a standing ovation for over 20 years. Go see them and let Jason and Todd know that Ben Allen sent you.
Thanks, Ben. We're proud of you and your accomplishments and thrilled that you are part of our Diamond District family.
This holiday season, visit Jason and me at the Diamond District. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, believe it or not, the Publix flowers don't bother anybody. The Publix flowers are good flowers. Gas station flowers, bad flowers.
Okay. All right. Hey, let's go through the NFL games here.
Yeah. I have not, Jake. I'm from 100 miles north of Detroit, so I really don't know Detroit that well, and certainly I've been to Detroit, twice in the last 20 years.
Your 10-game parlay Sunday. Wow, Adam. Now, you hit the 8-gamer last week, right? Damn.
Big game for your Giants to lose this week, David.
Oh, tell me about it, Mark. Tell me about it. How about New England? A field goal road favorite. That's unbelievable. That's how bad the Giants are.
All right, I'm flipping us over here.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, the Diamond District bonus hour. If you're like Mark and it's your anniversary, head on over to Todd and Jason in the Diamond District. Hey, do we know if Felipe has headed on over there the last couple of weeks?
I would think we would find out.
Okay.
I mean, he may have made the purchase, but he hasn't done any giving yet. That might be,
Gotcha.
Around Christmas time.
Okay.
But I did send him a text to wish him a happy Thanksgiving, and I didn't get anything back that led me to believe he got engaged.
No, he hasn't divulged anything other than the fact he's enjoying sleeping in. That's all I've really gotten out of him. Okay. Although, yet at the same time, I think he misses us a little bit, just a little bit. Not before like 8:30. I just think he misses us just a little bit.
Well, I love it. Every once in a while, I know he still listens, because if he's up, there'll be a basketball comment, and he will text the both of us.
Yes. But notice none of them are before 8 a.m.
Never.
Or he'll listen to the podcast, and we get a 2 p.m. text. Hey, no bye weeks this week in the NFL. So even though we had 3 games take place yesterday, we still have 13 more games. Here's my question to you. Over under good ones, 3.5. You ready?
Well, Buffalo, Philadelphia, that's 1.
Okay. Jacksonville, Houston.
Jacksonville.
Okay.
That's 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Does Cleveland, Denver count as a good game?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. It's like, does Pittsburgh, Cincinnati count as a good game?
Does Tampa Bay, Indianapolis count as a good game?
I got to admit that the Cleveland Denver one, I think, does, because Cleveland's 7-3 and Denver's won 4 in a row. I think we got to give it up to both of them. Okay. And then Ravens, Chargers. I mean, no offense. One of the teams is 4-6. We have to start addressing the Chargers as what they are. They're a talented team, but they're a bad team.
They're a poorly coached, underachieving football team.
Right. So, but anyway, let's go. Today, level of concern with the Dolphins. The money's coming in on Miami. The spread's up to 9.5.
A 2. On a scale of 1 to 10, my level of concern is a 2. They're going to take care of business today.
Really? My level of concern is a little more than that. It is. Taking a look here. We'll see. Weather-wise, it's basically going to be cloudy and in the 40s. So, Dolphins caught a break there. My level of concern is about a 4. I'm just worried that, the Jets defense can force turnovers. The Jets defense can be tough to block. The Dolphins need to run the ball. They can run on this team. Like 140 plus yards run on this team. Run the damn ball. Okay. Back to the NFL here. So, Jags, Texans, who you like?
Well, I like the Jags because I think they're going to get a split. Although Houston's won 10 of 11 against the Jags.
Well, most of those Jags were bad, Texans were good. I mean, you do have to acknowledge that.
I got you.
Right. But division games, that's more than a trend. That's a problem. Tampa Bay and Indy.
I like Indy. I don't think Tampa gets it done. I don't think they can score enough to beat it. Indianapolis can score.
They can. They average between 24 and 25 points a game, and Tampa averages 19. So fourth quarter has the ball last. Who would you rather have, Baker or Minshew? I'll take Baker. He won't turn it over. Minshew might. Give me Tampa. Season's on the line. I say they get it done. Can you believe the New England Patriots are a 3.5-point favorite on the road against anybody? That's how bad the Giants are.
I was with a Patriot fan on Wednesday, and they were telling me about all the good players on the Patriots. I just kept looking at them going, where?
Right.
This guy's a stud. No, they're not.
No. As a matter of fact,
they
no.
may look like studs on Sunday because they're playing the Giants.
Right. New England at the Giants. Someone almost by law has to win.
There's part of me that wants to take the Giants because this is right where they will win to screw up the draft pick.
They're already doing it.
Both teams need to lose this game for draft positioning.
New England's drafting third, the Giants fifth right now. Yes.
I think the Giants are going to win.
Give me the Patriots. They're coming off a bye. Okay. By the way, do we think Mac Jones starts? I don't.
No, I don't.
Okay. Steelers at Bengals. Give me the Steelers. Jake Browning against that defense. Steelers aren't going to lose 2 in a row, although they did just lose to a backup third-string quarterback last week on the road. Give me the Steelers.
I think the whole new offensive coordinator, a little bit of life. Give me Pittsburgh.
Okay, New Orleans at Atlanta, Mark. Back in the day, you picked the road team in this game every time.
Back in the day. It hasn't been that way for 5-6 years. Give me Atlanta.
No Michael Thomas for the Saints, but Carr is playing. Is it Ritter or Heineke?
I think it's Ritter.
They went back to Ritter after the bye. Boy, Ritter at home. He's only lost once. All right, I'll take Ritter. Carolina's at Tennessee. Boy, I tell you, 2 teams combined are 4-16. Unbelievable.
That's a bad football game.
Yes, it is.
I feel sorry for those of you that have to watch it, but I'll take Tennessee.
Do you think Vrabel's in trouble? I'm just throwing that out there. Don't have to answer it right this second. We got a month and a half. Just wondering.
Lose to Carolina, Yar.
I agree with that. I'd take Tennessee. Rams at Cardinals. Rams a favorite in Arizona. Give me the Cardinals. Rams are banged up.
Yeah. I'll take the Rams.
I understand. Arizona's 2-9. They're drafting second overall for a reason. All right, Cleveland at Denver. Something's got to get. Can DTR do it again? I say no. Give me the Broncos.
No, they can't score enough. This is a offensively challenged team, and Denver's found a little something defensively. They've been playing great the last 4 weeks. I think Denver can stop him enough, and they can get to 20.
By the way, the over-under is 36.5. How'd you have to go under?
Under.
Chiefs at Raiders.
The Chiefs.
Nobody to throw to, you know. Yeah, I know. I'm taking the Chiefs. I know. Bills at Eagles.
Philadelphia is just the stronger team, and Buffalo's feeling it because of last week. When in doubt, take the team with the better lines. I'll take the line of scrimmage for both sides. Give me Philadelphia.
Give me the Bills in an upset. It makes the AFC East interesting. I think it's a tweener game for the Eagles in between the Chiefs and the Niners. Also, I think the strengths of the Bills match up with the areas of vulnerability for Philadelphia. There's a hunch play. You know how much I love the Eagles. Okay, but I'll take the Bills. Baltimore at the Chargers.
Baltimore.
Sunday night.
I'll never take the Chargers again.
Yes! 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 Yes!
They are dead to me.
Oh.
Which means they'll probably win. But I'm taking Baltimore. If I'm going to lose money, I'm going to lose it betting against the Chiefs. Or against the Chargers, rather.
Right. Thank you, Mark. I waited
Enough of
5,
the damn Chargers.
6 years for that.
Oh, at least.
I'm going to get emotional, actually. And finally, he's put the Chargers to bed.
It's that good-looking girl that it goes out with you and then cheats on you over and over, and you keep going back, and you keep going back, and you don't know why. No more, I say. To hell with you, Chargers.
Right. Even though you don't have a date this Sunday, that's okay. I'd rather be alone. Not really, but that's what my story, and I'm sticking to it. The best weekend of the college football season is upon us. We'll talk about it next.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I'm sorry. I'm just going through this day in history, even though I know we're not doing it.
I actually did that.
And of course, today was the day that, Ruby killed Oswald, and all I think of is the Dennis Miller joke. Al, I haven't seen choreography like that since they led Oswald from his cell.
Dennis Miller did Monday Night Football.
Yes, he did for multiple years. So did Tony Kornheiser. Right. Uh-huh. My wife was obsessed, Adam, with Dolly as a Cowboys cheerleader, trying to figure out just how much work she's had done. And I just said a lot.
That's the answer.
Right. But it's okay. Well, Ryan, we did talk about, and we will talk briefly about it coming up, that like the Egg Bowl would have been a really significant game last night, because is there room for Ole Miss in a 12-team playoff this year? Missouri, Arkansas later today, significant game. Is there room for Missouri? Remember, next year, though, take a look at the polls. Oregon, Washington, Big Ten teams. Texas, SEC team.
Is Oregon done with Oregon State?
Right now they are. Right now, the game's not scheduled, which is a mistake.
Yes.
Playing for the Axe, Mark, and Minnesota needs a win to go to a bowl. And Wisconsin needs a win to continue their consecutive winning season streak. And besides, Minnesota's won like 2 in a row, and they haven't won 3 in a row since, I think, the 80s.
They're home, and Wisconsin's favored.
I know. I almost played it, but I don't trust either team.
I wanted to play the Noles. I just didn't have the guts.
Oh. This might stick out the chest week. We see just how badly I get beaten up. Yes, Mark's right, Arch. Yes, the land grant trophy, right.
Yes.
It's a big deal to Mark. Oh. No, Johnny O, you're right. Bob, we asked that question earlier. How is 5-6 Nebraska favored?
Oh.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour on this Black Friday. We had a good show today. Jeff Cameron, Roy Cummings in our 7 o'clock hour, Pat Kirwan, JP Shadrick in our 8 o'clock hour. Best college football weekend of the year. Yes? No? You agree with that?
100%. It's not even close. And it's one of the weekends that I'm worried about as we go forward with the new conference alignments, the Big 12, the SEC, and the Big 10, and all the movement that's going on. We already know that Washington State will keep playing. We don't know if Oregon State will keep playing. You just wonder, as this goes on, are we going to lose more of these games, David?
How in the world can you stop playing the game that both sides refer to proudly as the Civil War?
I don't know, but they are. Or at least they haven't announced that they're playing yet.
If you missed it just before the holiday, Washington State announced a 4-year extension to their series. I mean, why don't you just make it a lifetime deal? You just tell the conference that you're in, yeah, we play these guys. Like if we play one game a year, we play these guys, okay? You just deal with it. You want us? Deal with it. It will be interesting going forward. Like if you look at the landscape right now, count Oregon and Washington as Big Ten teams. I mean, Mark, that means right now the Big Ten would have 2, 3, 4, and 6, right?
Yes, in theory.
Well,
but there's going to be different matchup. I mean, I don't know how. I have no idea how it's going to look.
Well, I'm just wondering how many at-larges do you get? I mean, right now on paper, let's count the teams that are next year going to be in the conferences that they're going to be in. The Big Ten would have what? 2, 3, 4, 6. Where's Penn State?
11.
Wow. I mean, is there room for 5? Can you get 5?
I don't think so.
Because right now we think they're going to go to the 5-7 thing. 5 conference champions, the 5 best, and then 7 at-larges.
Well, I mean, that is 4 for one conference, 3 for the other with 7 at-larges.
Right. And let me ask you this. Does that at-large, Penn State or Louisville? Let's assume that Florida State's going to win out and win the ACC, defeating Louisville, who's currently 10th.
Penn State.
Okay. Well, then that means the ACC wouldn't get an at-large. So, now we don't know if Penn State would get in, because then who's Penn State competing with? Last night we had Ole Miss, who just finished up a 10-2 season in the Egg Bowl. We have later today Missouri trying to finish up a 10-2 regular season at Arkansas. Couldn't you see the final at-large being like a total flip of the coin? Let's throw darts. We got one spot. Missouri, Ole Miss, Penn State. Who do you like?
I mean, and Oklahoma's sitting there at 13.
Yeah.
At 9-2 as well.
And they're going high. We got the best of those 4 schools. We have the best win. Hello. Don't forget about us. But think about it. Penn State would be a 5th Big Ten team. And right now we're only looking at, we got Alabama, Georgia, Texas would be in.
And Missouri, maybe.
Well, that's just it. Would Missouri get the spot over Penn State at the end of the day? That's what these games could mean next year. Does that interest you? I'm not just asking you, Mark. I'm asking everybody. Is that going to interest you? Does that interest you more than, those games today?
And does it interest you as much or less than an NFL game where you simply know by watching it? When we watch Jacksonville and Houston play, if Jacksonville wins, they have a 2-game lead in the division. If Houston wins, we know automatically they're in first place. Whereas all of these games that David is talking about, no matter what happens, we're not going to know who's in the playoff until a committee sits down and tells us who's in the playoff.
It's college football, huh? NCAA selection show, college basketball. This whole college sports thing is something, isn't it?
We may come to find out, David, that this 12-team race for the playoff will be every bit as entertaining as we get ready for March Madness. That this week will become even more important. Not at the top, but for everyone else. That there actually could be more games of significance Thanksgiving weekend than ever before.
However, here's the downside. So let's just say, and it's not going to happen next year. First off, Harbaugh's not going to be there. Michigan loses 30 guys, and Michigan has one of the 3 hardest schedules in the country next year. But let's just continue with the hypothetical. So this year's next year. Ohio State, Michigan. So the winner's playing for a bye?
The loser gets a home game.
Right.
But I think everybody would want the bye. And the end of the day, David, there's a chance they could play them again. But this is Michigan, Ohio State. A decade down the road, if these teams are great and we've seen them play rematches, maybe not. But until there's an actual rematch in the playoff, it'll still be Michigan, Ohio State.
Well, and that's especially coming from 2 guys who remember how many years ago was it now? Oh, well, Florida State and Miami are going to play every year in the ACC championship game after having played a month earlier. How many of those have we had?
I don't know.
Huh. Let's think about it.
Carry the 0.
Everything times 0 is
what,
that
times 0.
Right.
That would be 0.
Funny. All right. Do you know what's great about the Ohio State-Michigan game tomorrow? The post-game interview. Because think about what we're going to get. We're either going to get Ryan, it's us against the world. You all said we're soft and we suck. And now what are you going to say?
Where you at, Lou Holtz? Where you at?
Day, you're going to get that interview. Choking back tears. How big a win this was for him. My life's been miserable for 2 years. I've won all these games just because I couldn't beat these guys. Not my fault Urban went 7 and blank and 0. Okay, or if you thought the last couple weeks have been emotional for Michigan, wait to see what the post-game interviews are going to be like if they win tomorrow. Holy mackerel. Talk about us against the world. We're the victims here. You all
Don't you have to send your TV truck to Harbaugh's house?
Yes. 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 I actually, and I want to make an arrangement with them that says, listen, if you win, we want to interview you live. No, I mean it. Like you come out on your front porch and we interview you. Okay. No.
I would give anything for that. David, I know you're serious. And you know, if you're the associate producer and I'm the producer, all I'm doing is pushing you out the door to make this happen. I need this interview.
Well, first off, if you're Michigan and Harbaugh, how do you not say yes? It's over. Your suspension's over. The game's over. Your suspension is officially over.
I would try to get Harbaugh to jog with me from his house to the stadium after the game. I'd drive him. I'd have police escort to take him to Michigan Stadium after the game.
So that's what I'm looking forward to at about 3:30 tomorrow. Either way, it's going to be spectacular. And the losers, a nice season, 11-1. Hell, a lot of people actually think you're one of the 4 best teams in the country, but I don't know what to tell you. You're not playing next week, and you're not going to be playing in the playoffs either. So enjoy the, I don't know, playing Tulane in the Fiesta or whatever. It's going to feel like 3 losses, isn't it? Whoever loses tomorrow.
Yes.
Man.
Yes. And that whole time Florida State's going to win. I think they're going to win big. I didn't have the guts to pick it.
I was going to say the line's only 6.5. You think they're going to win big?
I do, and I just chickened out. The swamp still scares me enough that I couldn't put it down as my Fantastic 5 pick. And then they got to start lobbying to get back into the top 4, David.
Oh, no. I think if they win out, they'll be in. Because I also think that they will then be this set-up sacrificial lamb for whoever's number 1. Whether it's Georgia, if they win out, or it's the winner of Ohio State, Michigan. No, I think they will set Florida State up for the 1 seed. Congratulations. We're giving you as close as we can to a bye. We think there are 2 to 4 teams better than this one. They have a backup quarterback. Here you go. And then we get 3 weeks worth of Cardell Jones stories.
You got an upset this weekend of major proportions. I mean, you got Ohio State. That's a pretty big upset, even though it's only 3.5.
An upset of major proportions. I do not think Oregon State will win at Oregon. I actually think Washington State's got a puncher's chance. I do. It's on the road, I know. But I actually think that would be stunning, by the way. That's a 16-point dog. I don't like TCU's chances against Texas. Okay.
What do you think Kentucky has for Louisville?
Not much, actually. They've lost 4 or 5, and I also Louisville hasn't won this game in a while. It's actually a bigger deal for Louisville. Forget the national rankings and what have you. This is a bigger deal, I believe. So, in fact, I almost played Louisville. Didn't have the guts. Just like I didn't have the guts to play the Axe. I love the Axe. I love Wisconsin, Minnesota. Just love it. And Minnesota's a home dog. Can't believe Wisconsin's favorite over anybody. But then again, Minnesota, oh boy. They haven't won 3 Axes in a row since Reagan was president.
So they're going for the triple axe.
They're going for the triple axe. Yeah. Florida against Florida State, Auburn against Alabama. Who gives the other more?
Florida will give them more. I don't think Auburn has anything for Alabama. And I know you always talk strange things happen in the plains, but
they do.
This is a bad Auburn team.
Well, I don't think it's worse than the one 2 years ago. Listen, they completely overlooked New Mexico State. They did. They mailed it in, and that's why the money, by the way, is coming in on Auburn. Money in 2 days. The line's gone from 14.5 to 13 for whatever that's worth.
I love the way Alabama's playing right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The mobility of that quarterback, and they've unleashed him. That's a problem.
Where's the weakest part of this Alabama team, David?
Well, I think it's their passing game. I do. If Georgia were to get them into a deficit, I don't know that quarterback can pass them out of it. But he will cause problems for anybody's pass rush.
Defensively, where's their weakest point defensively?
It's funny. One? To me, they're a lot like Georgia defensively. I don't think they're great at any one area, but I don't think they have a weakness in any one area either.
And we know how well they're coached on that side of the ball.
Right. They both don't have the pass rushers, Mark, that they had the last couple years, but they're pretty solid. All those 4- and 5-star recruits, you would expect them to be.
Right. When they're even with all that, they're still 6-8 deep on each side. It's so I just don't see Auburn having much of a chance. And I think the game between Florida and Florida State's a game at the half. I think Florida State just pulls away and wins by 2 scores.
Well, there you go. It's a great college football weekend. It's the best college football weekend. By the way, my upset of the week, Texas San Antonio goes into Tulane and wins, and they go to the AAC title game. And that guy gets the A&M job because of it.
Well, you've heard Chris Landry sing his praises on this show. You've heard Bud Elliott sing his praises on this show. It will be interesting if that's the route that A&M goes with their head coaching job.
TCU at Oklahoma, Texas Tech at Texas. Can we get an upset in the Big 12?
I don't think so.
Bud Elliott pounded the table for TCU and the 9.
Says they're getting better.
Yep. So there you have it. Huge football weekend, obviously. Big college basketball weekend in the 239 Gulf Coast Showcase going on. FGCU in Delaware today at 5 o'clock. Caitlin Clark and Iowa at 7:30. If they both win, they face each other tomorrow night. I believe it's 7. Nothing going on tomorrow at 7 except that the Florida State thing.
Afternoon hockey today, too. Your Rangers are playing the Flyers at 1. What the hell are they thinking?
Well, aren't the Panthers playing at like 2 o'clock or something like that? Somebody's playing at 2. No, the Magic are hosting the Celtics at 2:30.
Panthers play tonight against the Jets. Lightning are at Carolina.
So Magic and Celtics at 2:30. Magic are 9-5. So that'll do it. Thanks for listening. Have a great weekend. We'll do this again on Monday. Miller and Moulton.
Firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095